Good morning, everyone. If I could ask you to please start taking your seats, we will get started shortly. Can we please close the doors in the back and we will get started? Okay, good morning again and welcome to day 2 of our program. I'm glad to see everybody came back. Hopefully you had a nice evening last night. For those of you that went on the tour, thank you. I heard that it was very, very good. I would like to make a couple of announcements before we get started. If I could have Jennifer Vella come up. For those of you who were here last year, you may remember that last year it was Captain Jennifer Vella in the United States Air Force. She has since gotten out of the Air Force, and I am very pleased to announce that she is now my new deputy. She will be moving out to Hawaii in early September to run the office there. But I would like to give her the microphone. She has some important information about our dinner this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. For the dinner this evening, we will end our formal program at 3:45. The buses will be then down on the first floor, similar to where you pick them up if you went on the lab tour. We will start loading buses at 4:15, and all buses will depart at 4:45. So it is imperative that we do make our way downstairs. We'll have folks directing you down there. If you did not receive your meal card from your SCO, please do make sure that you contact them and you do get that meal card. You have to bring it with you on the bus for tonight. After dinner, we will have a concert, and then we will also have time to tour the museum, and buses will depart the museum at 9 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Also, if you have cell phones, if I could ask you to please silence your cell phones, that would be greatly appreciated. Also one quick thing. I've been asked to announce the DNA folks are upstairs on the 3rd floor in the Dakota room. I think there have been some people who are used to seeing them more closer to the lobby areas, but they are in the Dakota room. So if you have DNA questions or if you have not been swabbed for your DNA, please go visit them sometime throughout the day. With that, our first presentation is going to be Lieutenant General Winter from the United Nations Command. He is the Deputy Commander. And yesterday we heard from the Neutral Nations Supervisory Commission. Today we're going to hear a little bit more from the United Nations Command. So with that, Andy, are we ready on Zoom? Okay, sir, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, your time. Just confirm you can hear and see me okay. Hello, check 1, 2. Okay, I'm going to take it, all's good there. So,
we hear you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity to engage with you, and really importantly, coming, I think, from United Nations Command. And for those perhaps not as familiar with United Nations Command, and they see the blue flag and perhaps have a little bit of a reaction to it, United Nations Command was established in 1950 by the United Nations Security Council at a time when the Soviet Union was abstaining and China was in transition between the Republicans and the Communists. So back then we could get a fair bit done as United Nations Command. But the reality is that for the last 76 years now, United Nations Command has held the line here on the frontier of freedom. And I'm extremely privileged to be the 5th non-US Deputy of United Nations Command, as you might have told from my extreme southern accent there, as an Australian officer. I first came to Korea some 15 years ago, and I've had the privilege to serve here a number of times since. So for me, it's a little bit of a pinnacle of my career to be back here at this point in time. And I'd like to just sort of reinforce, I think that Korea is a great example of both the challenges of identifying our fallen and also the incredible commitment. Before I do that, I just want to really do a shout out in particular for DPAA. And I've had the incredible privilege a number of times in my career to be exposed to DPAA. It was a great educational journey for me. Like many Australian officers, I spent quite a bit of my earlier career in Papua New Guinea. And my first experience with DPAA was I'd come back from quite a long trek in to see a former battleground of Australian troops in Papua New Guinea. At the end of that, we had a couple of the locals come up to us with some human remains and some dog tags that they'd found from and some aircraft remains that they'd found in some incredibly remote re-entrant that no one other than the locals would ever sort of get to. And they handed them over to us, and we handed them over to the US Embassy, given that they were US dog tags. And then, I subsequently heard remotely of the incredible work DPA had done to get in there, recover the remains, identify those aircrew. And just one of those incredible tales of what they've done at DPA, time and time again. I've also had the opportunity throughout my career to serve alongside the United States in many different theatres. This is my 5th US military appointment. I'm starting to think that the US wants me more than my own country back in Australia. But in previous role to being here in Korea, I served as the Deputy Commanding General of United States Army Pacific. And that was the first time I had the opportunity to look behind the curtains at what DPA did. And I just was blown away by the incredible professionalism, the science, the dedication of the people that were there. And we lived in Hawaii in view of the Punch Bowl Cemetery. And we would go there for different commemorative activities. And every time I went there, there'd been remains exhumed again, off to DPAA, who had another lead and another trace to maybe be able to identify one more of the fallen. And that really culminated for me at the end of my time at US Army Pacific, where I was out at in the Philippines. And really, this is a story of someone I just very briefly want to share. Someone who was called Chief Petty Officer Water Tender William Kelly Snow. Chief Petty Officer Snow was captured in the fall of Corregidor in the Philippines in World War II. He then was interned at the Cabanatuan POW camp, one of the most brutal POW camps of World War II, where he sadly fell to illness and mistreatment sometime during that period of internment. And he was interned in a common grave. And his name, as so many others, was captured on the wall of the war cemetery in Manila as one of the missing, one of the unidentified. One of my last actions as the Deputy Commanding General of US Army Pacific was the incredible privilege of putting a rosette next to Chief Petty Officer Snow's name, next to William's name. And so for me, he has become a story behind every one of those names, because there's too many names without those stories yet. But through the incredible work that DPAA is doing every day, more people like William, maybe Bill, will be identified, and we'll get that rosette next to their name. We'll have a family that's able to reconnect. And for me, that was an incredible journey, someone that's really passionate about ensuring that everyone comes home. In the Australian Army, for those who may not know it, every single Australian Army unit badge has a boomerang on it. Has a boomerang on it for that very poignant reason that we believe incredibly strongly that we need to bring everyone home. Everyone that goes out must come home. So the boomerang for Australians is that symbol of our ability to bring everyone home, and that's certainly something that drives me. I've mentioned that here in Korea, we represent both the challenge and the commitment that we have to identifying the fallen, finding the missing. There are still some 42 missing Australians. That's a relatively small number from a small country, but every one of the 18 member states that send combat troops into combat in the Korean War still has missing. And they are missing in some of the most challenging terrain anywhere in the world. It's challenging because, similar to Papua New Guinea in many ways, it's a series of mountains and reentrants and woods and creeks and incredibly difficult terrain, which made it so difficult to fight for back in that period, 1950 to 53. But what makes it so doubly difficult now is so much of that terrain, given that the battles that were fought there in the periods 1951 to 1953 are now inside the demilitarized zone or in North Korea itself. But we are doing all we can to get access to those areas and create those opportunities for us to find the remains of the fallen and, importantly, identify them and find that closure for their loved ones. So it's a part of our sacred mission at United Nations Command. Even as we continue today to enforce the armistice, an armistice that the foundation of modern Korea has been based on, that the sacrifice of all those soldiers who fought and died and bled in the Korean War, that they know, whether they have fallen today or those few veterans we still have with us today, that they fought and died for the cause of a modern democratic Korea, which is something they can be incredibly proud for. And the Korean people have not forgotten. We work alongside the Ministry of National Defence, Agency for Killed in Action, Recovery and Identification, MACRI. We work very closely alongside them and DPAA to ensure that we create these opportunities to get access to those areas where remains might be of all the fallen from all the member states in order to provide those opportunities. So I know you'll very shortly be followed by Ms. Jennifer Walsh, a far more accomplished speaker and presenter than me, who'll be able to give you some great insights into what DPAA is doing today. But what I will do is assure you that we are doing all we can, shoulder to shoulder with DPAA, to create those opportunities to gain that access to some of the most challenging terrain in the world so that this never stops, that we continue to create those opportunities to get the experts in there, to find the remains, to repatriate the remains, and then to do the incredible scientific work that DPAA and the team do to identify the fallen. As I said, the incredible privilege that we have here in Korea to engage with some of our precious remaining veterans from all of the member states. And very recently, I was able to sit alongside veterans from the United States, from Australia, from New Zealand, from Ethiopia, from Belgium, from France, from Korea, and all of them reflect on their mates who they left behind. So if any of us need any greater spur, at this sort of twilight hour of these incredible veterans of the 1950 to 53 war, to ensure that it is not a forgotten war, but it is indeed one where we recommit ourselves every day to the sacrifice that went before us as the spur for us to continue the work that we do today in Korea, to maintain the armistice and to be prepared to fight tonight in the event of defending Korea, even as we do homage to the incredible sacrifice that those went before us, and ensure that we work alongside the great agencies like DPAA and MACRI here in Korea to gain that access, to fight through the incredible difficult terrain that we have in order that we might bring one more home, and that boomerang spins one more time and comes all the way back around to each of our various countries. So thank you so much for the opportunity from here in Korea to just say a few words this evening. I have such incredible respect for the work that DPAA does, and I pay my deepest respects to all the families that are represented there here tonight. Thank you for what you do to keep the flame burning, to keep the memory alive of those who went before us, in order to ensure that we all remember the sacrifice. And I can assure you that those of us who have the privilege to serve here on the front line of freedom today know that this is part of our sacred mission. So thank you to all of you there today, and I wish you all the best for the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Hey, Scott, it's Kelly McKeag. Thank you very much for those heartfelt and, more importantly, powerful words. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Command, since the armistice, has been charged with an incredibly wide, diverse, heavy set of responsibilities. But I think having an Australian Army officer with touch points with DPA in Papua New Guinea and in Hawaii, to have him in that responsible position as its deputy commander, we could not be better well served. Simply because, as he pointed out, there's a shared sacrifice between Australian and American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines in the Republic of Korea during the Korean War. I would also offer to you that for Lieutenant General Winter, he has personally put and devoted his leadership toward this very issue as its deputy commander. Scott will be sending you this token of appreciation on behalf of the families, and I look forward to seeing you at some point. God bless.
Thank you.
Also, thanks to technology, we're going to Zoom somebody else in. So I'm privileged to introduce to you in a minute our new Principal Deputy Director, Ms. Jennifer Walsh. If you look at her biography in the program, you will see she is an accomplished senior executive, mainly with experiences, rich experiences in the policy realm, to include the Korean Peninsula. But what strikes me more than what Jennifer Walsh has is an incredible network, connections, relationships within the entire Pentagon. I cannot tell you that when I'm with her in the halls of the Pentagon, how many people come up to her and say, "Good morning, Ms. Walsh. Hello, Ms. Walsh. It's great to see you, Ms. Walsh," from police officers in the Pentagon to generals to civilians. That's the network and experience that she brings to this mission. There are a lot of decisions that come before me on a daily basis. But one of my very best decisions ever made was when I selected Jennifer Walsh to be our Principal Deputy Director. PDD, over to you.
Thank you so much, Director McKeag, and good morning, everyone. It's my honor to have a few minutes with you, and I'm not sure I deserve all of the accolades that the director shared, but truly is my honor to be in this position, helping provide for the fullest possible accounting of our missing. I am a career civilian with a call to public service that led me to the Pentagon in the mid-1990s. Since then, I have had the great fortune to develop, strengthen, and advance U.S. defense relationships with countries around the world and international organizations, help develop and implement defense strategy and policy, manage organizations, and help lead extraordinary teams of civilian, military, and contractor personnel who also answered their call to service on behalf of the American people. I've long felt a gravitational pull to the DPAA mission, and I am energized by our purpose to uphold the principle of following through and upholding the promise made to every member of the U.S. military and their families. That's you. That they and you will not be forgotten for your sacrifice, and you will not be left behind. In my first few months as the principal deputy director, I have had several things that have become even more clear than I expected. First, this DPAA team, your DPAA team, to the person, and no matter of the role, rank, or where they work, is laser focused on delivering results and bringing you all the answers that you seek. Next, our alliance with the Republic of Korea remains ever strong. And on the issue of accounting for our missing, it is unmatched. In early June, I was able to be a part of the DPAA and United States delegation that participated in the joint remains repatriation ceremony hosted in Seoul by Republic of Korea President Lee. If you have not had an opportunity to watch parts or all of that ceremony online, I encourage you to do so. It was quite the way to honor our heroes. And it was even more incredible that we did it as allies. As part of that trip to Seoul, I had an opportunity to meet with counterparts at the Ministry of National Defense, the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs, and leaders with MACRI. While I am not gifted enough of a linguist to speak the Korean language, it was very clear to me through every one of those meetings that we speak the same language of purpose, principle, and promise to account for the missing. I also had the great fortune to meet with Lieutenant General Winter and members of his United Nations command team. We discussed a number of things, focused, of course, on DPA's interest and objective to resume our operations and activities in the DMZ. And we have the goal of trying to do that in the next year. I learned the challenges that the United Nations Command faces in its current operations, understanding, upholding the armistice agreement, working with all of the sending states, with the Republic of Korea, and then also understanding that like the United States, like the Republic of Korea and the sending states, that the United Nations Command also shares our purpose and our focus. And so together we talked about how could we get back into the DMZ. And from that meeting, we agreed that our way forward is that the United States DPAA is going to identify areas in the DMZ where we expect or understand or have evidence that multiple sending states are likely looking for their missing too. And so we are reaching out to those sending states to develop a multinational approach and be able to go back to the United Nations Command with proposals of where we could have investigation and eventually recovery teams in the DMZ. Understanding, of course, that the safety and security of our personnel doing this is of the utmost importance. Lieutenant General Winter and his team understand our mission and drive, and we're going to work with and through UNC, sending states, and with all of our counterparts in the Republic of Korea to continue to bring you answers and ultimately bring home your loved ones. I had the opportunity yesterday to participate in an international conference hosted by the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs that they held in Washington, D.C. This event was a great exchange of information among sending states, as well as students and educators who are learning about and teaching the next generations about the Korean War, about the sacrifices made and the promises that we are still working to keep. That event reinforced for me that the conflict, our veterans, and our continued work to find our missing are not forgotten. The awareness and the gratitude is being passed forward to future generations while this one continues our work. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It is truly my honor to be here with you and to be a part of this DPAA team. Director McKeag, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, PDD. Just a quick addendum, what she didn't say. Is she still on?
Yes.
Well, I'll talk about her anyway. What she didn't tell you about that South Korea trip was that she wasn't fully aboard yet. She was still coming to us formally a month later. But because that trip was so important, and because of her experience with the Korean Peninsula policy, I went to her boss at the National Defense University to cut a drug deal. And that's why Ms. Walsh was our representative to that very important engagement, very important trip in South Korea. Speaking of South Korea, you know I spoke to you yesterday, the 54 countries we work in, by far, the most accomplished, the most talented, and the most committed, passionate partner that we have is the Republic of Korea. For those of you that may have had the benefit of visiting South Korea and seeing the Macri Lab, you know that it rivals DPAA's laboratory. We're very pleased to have with us today its new director, so new that I don't think he's even put pictures on the wall of his office. He was formally appointed just last week, and yet here he is today. I'm privileged to introduce to you Director He, who has a distinguished career in the Republic of Korea Army. He commanded an infantry division. He retired as a brigadier general, and more importantly, he is passionate and committed, having worked as an Army officer on several Macri missions in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a warm Nebraska and American welcome to Director He.
Thank you. Thank you. I am a director of a Ministry of National Defense Agency for KIA, Recovery and Identification of the Republic of Korea. First of all, on behalf of my nation, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the DPAA Director Kelly McKeag for hosting this occasion, and to the veterans who fought heroically for the Republic of Korea and their family. We do not forget and are deeply grateful that we are able to grow from one of the poorest countries in the world into the prosperous nation we are today, thanks to all of you and the Korean War veteran. Today, I would like to share with you the progress we have made through U.S. Joint Remains and Recovery and Identification. I would start with the general status of unrecovered KIA and MIA from the Korean War. Approximately 7,500 U.S. soldiers are still unrecovered on the Korean Peninsula. Most of the U.S. soldiers engaged in the battle against China during the northwest advanced operation. So most of the U.S. remains are scattered in the DMZ and North Korea region. Since the launching of the remains recovery operation in 2000, we have recovered 29 remains out of the approximately 7,500 unrecovered U.S. KIA soldiers, and 11 soldiers were identified and sent back to their families. In terms of the locked U.S. mutual remains repatriation, a total of 324 sets of remains were repatriated to Korea. through the Korean War Identification Project, and 20 of them were identified. Also, 29 set of remains which were recovered in the Republic of Korea were repatriated to the USA, and 11 of them were identified. ROC is conducting remains recovery operation every year in approximately 40 different regions, committing approximately 100,000 personnel from 30 divisions annually. When selecting the recovery site, possibility that Poland U.S. soldier may be buried, there is a significant factor. Annual ROC U.S. joint investigation is carried out by MACRI and DPAA. In 2026, it was conducted twice in April and June in 6 regions in South Korea, including Gangneung and Hongcheon. As part of the ROC U.S. Joint Forensic Review, MACRI and DPAA conducted 2 times of joint forensic review on the remains subject to mutual repatriation. Through the joint forensic review, MACRI and DPAA conducted the final examination on the remains and discussed the handover procedure for the remains and associated artifact. On June 5, the ROC U.S. remains mutual repatriation ceremony was held in the Republic of Korea, presided over by the President of ROC of Korea. We are carrying out joint underwater investigation in the East Coast area this month. ROC U.S. Joint Forensic Review is tentatively scheduled in November, and remains to undergo the joint forensic review are being discussed. We will continue to advance this initiative through exchange and cooperation between ROC and U.S. for the successful and fruitful endeavor. In closing, MACRI will remember the noble sacrifice on the heroes who sacredly devoted themselves to protect the liberal Republic of Korea, and will serve with the best endeavor to bring the lost Poland hero back to his family. We'll do our best. Thank you.
Director Zhang is, as you can tell, passionate about this mission. As I mentioned, when he was an Army officer, he had served supporting MACRI on its missions. And so he has a deep understanding of what it takes in order to search for, find, recover both Korean and American remains that made the supreme sacrifice in the war. Director Zhang, thank you very much. I look forward to developing a strong relationship, an even stronger partnership. And on behalf of the families, I present this to you.
Thank you.
To continue the a little bit about the collaboration and the discussion and the work that we do with MACRI, we have Dr. Jenny Jin, who you heard from yesterday, and Dr. Don Berry, who is one of our historians in the Indo-Pacific Directorate. Jenny and Don.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I think this one's working.
I think
Yay,
both are
okay.
working. You
So
wanna sit
sorry.
down? This is a little interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fun to have a couch-style discussion. We're so grateful to be here.
Okay. So we want to talk about our experience with Macri a little bit. So Macri stood up, not Macri, but the Macri's predecessor stood up in 2000 as it was part of the 50th anniversary of the Korean War that the Korean government decided to do this mission. And that's when it continued for about 7 years as part of the Army organization. And in 2007, Macri became a defense agency like us. So around that time, they invited my boss, Dr. John Bird, who is in Hawaii right now, our science director, to Korea. And he spent a significant amount of time in Korea trying to help Macri build their laboratory and even recoveries. So that's how we all started.
And I know that the lab played a really important role. Oh, can you guys hear me okay? So sorry. You know you're going to get more apologies today. So Jenny, I know that the lab played a really, really important role in the founding of Macri. Can you speak a little bit more to that scientific relationship and how the lab developed and how the lab developed together?
Yeah, so our relationship, DPAA's relationship with Macri was built initially between the two laboratories because in Korea, forensic sciences was not a big thing, and I don't think it's still a big thing. So Dr. Bird spent up to a couple months every year in Korea trying to provide them with everything that became Macri. So he was actually appointed as an honorary lab director at Macri at some point because it was really a lot of work. And I joined in 2010, and I still remember going to Macri. I had no idea what Macri was, but I started joking about this, but it's actually true. I talk to Macri analysts more often than I talk to my cousins. So we have built a strong relationship. It was not it was a learning experience, you know. We didn't know what to expect from each other, and the whole thing really took off when we identified Korean remains in the laboratory. That was around 2011, and that's when we told Macri's first commander, he was an active duty colonel, that we think we have Korean remains. And that was very puzzling to them, why do you have Korean remains in Hawaii? And it was from our joint recovery operations in North Korea. And when we dug the remains, the Korean soldiers who fought alongside us was found together because they were buried together in East Chosin. So those are the Katusas, the Korean augmentation to the United States Army. So we had his bone. So we notified Macri, and back then, it was pretty amazing to see the Korean president presiding this repat ceremony in Korea, because in 2012 it wasn't something that Koreans were aware of, and that was the first time. So after all the coordination, we did our first repatriation ceremony in 2012. That's how it started from the lab. We spent a lot of time training them during the joint forensic reviews. We would spend 3 weeks when we are out there after we look at our potential U.S. remains. Then we will give them all different kinds of trainings, how to do the recoveries and everything. But now they became so good. We don't really need to train them anymore, so we became a true partner. But it was through a long time of collaboration. And then the research part started to pick up their collaboration in around 2018. Do you want to talk about that?
Absolutely. So a lot of you know that I love research. What my boss, Chris Phelps, would say is research drives operations. Macri is structured a little bit like the DPA in that they have a lab-to-lab relationship, and they also have an investigation team. So my team works really closely with the investigation team in a bunch of different ways. So first, we have communications and research about long-term things like that. Then we also have large-scale initiatives, and we have investigations. So I'm going to talk a little bit about each of those. So when we talk about research, what that can mean is information sharing. So Macri does work all across the Korean Peninsula. One of the things that they've said to us as a real challenge for Macri is they don't have the same access to records that we do in the United States. So we've worked really, really hard over the last few years to make sure the relationship with the laboratory is as reciprocal as possible. And what we mean by that is we don't want to just take from Macri and have them only help us. We want to help them the other way too. So we share data with them if they have research questions or information about particular areas they want to know more about. We provide that to them, and it really is a mutual exchange. One of the ways this has really been working is we have a monthly call with Macri, and that includes people often from the laboratory, our plans division, so we can think about what we're doing long term. We have our policy representative that comes, and really it is a whole agency effort in how we work with Macri and how we work together. So how do we say kapi kapchida?
같이 갑시다.
Almost. My Duolingo Korean is getting there. All right. And then the next thing that I just say quickly is every year we have what we call our annual trilateral meeting. So if we go back one, I think there's a picture up there. The top left picture is us in Korea sharing information, and that again is a whole of agency effort. We have a whole bunch of people come together to talk about what are we doing long term in terms of research. That can be the DMZ, all of the rock, air losses, and water losses. And we also have the Australians there. So we were really fortunate to hear about our Australian relationship a few minutes ago. Every November, the Australians also come to talk about how all three of us can work together. So that's a really amazing thing that we do. And then finally, I just want to speak for 1 minute about the field. Yeah, the next one, I think. Yeah. When we say we go together, I don't know if everyone knows what that means in the field itself. So when we do investigations, that's not only our archaeologists that come with us, but we work really, really closely with Macri team as one unit. So there are Macri representatives that are with us. This year we had the recovery team for the first time, which was really cool. And we go into all different villages all across South Korea as one unit. So if we get information when we're speaking to local Koreans about a lead that's a Korean lead, we'll follow that. If we get information about an American lead, we follow that. And it's really, really a beautiful, integrated manifestation of what it means to truly be collaborative and truly work together. And we are so, so grateful to Macri for all they do for us and all they do for you as a family. Over.
So we'll wrap it up with some of the repatriation. So as Director John mentioned, we have repatriated 324 South Korean soldiers back to South Korea. That's a lot of numbers, but it's not just numbers. Macri has made identifications, quite a few from those remains that we have identified. One thing that unites us with Macri is the grief the families shared. And I have met many Korean families through our operations. And one of the things, they're very grateful that we ended up finding, I remember his father, he knew that his father was fighting somewhere in North Korea. but he wasn't sure if he died. Like, Korean Army was not as organized as it is now back then. So he said he remembers as a child following his father, so it was his grandfather. So following his father to all different meetings to see if there's a possibility that his grandfather was still alive in North Korea. And when we returned the remains and got identified, he said, I finally find some comfort knowing that he died alongside fighting with the United States Army. But one just peculiar thing that I cannot forget is when we were talking to one of the families. She was a sister of the individual who was identified through our repatriation program. And she said she was only like 7 years old when her brother died in Korean War, and when the notification, so someone came and notified their mom. And she says the only thing she remembers is how like her mom had a hairpin and the sunlight that was reflecting on their hairpin. To this day, it just makes her so sad. And she thanked us and the United States government to help repatriate her brother's remains. So just that hairpin story just stuck with me. So, yep. So we have really good relationship with Macri, and they share their grief with a lot of you.
And we're so grateful. So for Macri, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
And we appreciate you all. Thank you so much for letting us speak about this.
Okay. Next, we are going to have a couple of you, family members, talk with us and also talk with you to give some reflections on what it's like for them, what their journey has been like. We have Dr. Franklin Damon will facilitate, and we have from the Cold War, Miss Jane Hansen, and from the Korean War, we have Miss Donna Knox.
Good morning, everyone. You hear me all right? Wonderful. So in the lead up to this presentation here, we've had a couple hours of conversations with Donna and Jane. And my job here is to be as quiet as possible and let you hear from them about their story, what they have gone through. I've got a few questions that we've come up with to kind of prime to get them to go. And the only other thing that I'll do is just try to keep us on track. So thank you, Jane and Donna. Let's talk.
Okay, I guess we should check our mics. Yeah, that sounds. Is yours
Talking
good?
I can do.
Okay.
Very good. Donna, we'll start with you. Can you tell us a little bit about your father, Harold, and what do you know of him as a young man?
Well, first of all, he went by Hal. So it was Hal Downs, and he was, I think, all things athletic. He was recruited in college by the University of Michigan to play ice hockey for them. He was the goalie, and he was MVP, All-American. As the story goes, in *51, right before he was lost, he blocked 19 shots into the net and led them to be national champions. So, and in fact, the MVP award is now named the Hal Downs Award. So that constituted a lot of who he was as a young person. But beyond that, on a more personal level, he was, as far as I know, because he went missing a month and a half before I was born, but he was kind and generous and had a nice sense of humor. And one last comment, I came across a few years ago a little record that he and my mom had made in one of those little recording booths that you can go into, at least used to be able to. And they were talking and joking around, and they sang a love song to each other. And then when it was over, I was struck by, I have to reshape my entire imagination, my image of him, because he was from Massachusetts. And it was Pack the Car. the quintessential Massachusetts accent. And believe me, that had never entered my image of him. So it changed. Now it's Pack the Ka.
That's wonderful. Jane, can you tell us a little bit about your Uncle Warren?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank Jennifer Nazarenko and her whole team for inviting us to do this. I love this kind of a panel, and I think that there's so many out here that have stories similar to what Donna and I have, just different faces, different names. So to share that with you is an honor, and I really appreciate it. So Warren was born in 1227, to Fred and Stella Sanderson in a small town in Minnesota on the North Dakota border. He graduated from high school in 1942 and enlisted in the Army Air Force on 11/5/42. He served as a bombardier and navigator in the North Atlantic and was discharged on 1346, but signed on as a reserve. On 5/10/47, Warren fell in love with Gloria Anderson, and they were married. He obtained a degree in forestry from the University of Minnesota in 1949 and was assigned to the U.S. Forestry in the Forestry Service in Park Rapids, Minnesota. He returned to active duty on 3/1/51 and was assigned to the 343rd SRS and 55th SRW. He trained in Biloxi, Mississippi as an ECM and graduated as a Raven. As a Raven, one of his duties was to identify vulnerabilities in the CIA. Hang on, guys. As a Raven, one of his duties was to identify vulnerabilities in enemy targets. The surveillance techniques he would use were listed as classified by the CIA, and Warren was required to take an oath of secrecy. Warren and Gloria's first child, John, was born while he was stationed in Biloxi.
And Jane, he joined the military at the Air Force from Minnesota.
Yes.
Started off with the career you've just mentioned. Was in Korea. And what can you tell us about the date of 29 July 1953?
Sure. I'm just going to read to you a brief explanation of it. My understanding of all this is not as good as it should be because it's difficult and there's lots of different stories and data that I don't understand. So, as I said, he was he flew out of Biloxi, and the 91st SRS flew ECM missions in the periphery of the Soviet Union. His job was to gather information and data from Soviet radar operations. The crew went out for the last time at 3:07 a.m. Tokyo time on 29 July 1953. They took off from Yokota Air Force Base over the Sea of Japan, focusing on the Soviet Union in the vicinity of Vladivostok. The crew was to maintain radio silence until it was within 200 miles from the coast of Japan on its return. The RB-50's last radio contact was at 3:30 a.m. It was expected to return to base at approximately 8:27 a.m. Warren never knew when he flew that last mission and never made it back to the base that at about the exact same time that the shoot down occurred, his wife was giving birth to his second child, Bruce, back in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Thank you, Jane. Donna, your father was also in the Air Force. Can you tell us a little bit about his job in the Air Force? What did he do? And then tell us a little bit about what you know happened on 13 January 1952.
Well, my brother Rick is here. Our father was in the service at the end of World War II, and like so many, when that war ended, he joined the reserves, mostly for the benefits, not expecting another war to break out. But Korea did, and he was called up, and he was based at K-8 in South Korea. And on the date of his last mission, he was assigned as navigator initially. They were flying in a B-26 Invader. but the crew member who was supposed to operate Sharan in the back of the plane called in sick. And our father was an expert on Sharan. He taught it on base. So he switched positions with the incoming replacement. And that is significant because the pilot, the new navigator, and then an observer all sat at the front of the plane in front of the bomb bay. And our father sat in the back to operate Sharan. They completed their bombing of a rail station in Chongju and then headed out over the sea, the Yellow Sea, and then developed mechanical problems. We don't know, it's unclear whether they were shot or just developed mechanical troubles. So he turned back in over land, and there was a crash landing. The navigator, where my father would have been sitting, and the pilot had successful jumps, and they were captured as POWs. And the observers, apparently his chute didn't open, and he died in the jump. Our father basically just disappeared. There are differing versions of what happened to him. Under duress, the two captives, the POWs, said, or at least were quoted as saying things like he died. But 20 years later, when I met with them, they absolutely denied that. They said we would have had no idea what happened to him because he was in the back of the plane. So it's very unclear, and there are other things that complicate that, but I think for now, that's enough about his mission.
And Donna, what's been one of the most difficult parts of having your loved one missing?
Well, I guess it's the missing part. Losing him is the most difficult part. But because after the war ended in July of 23 and in February of 53, and they declared all missing personnel killed in action, body not recovered, and that following February, that kind of put an end to it for a lot of people. But our dad was still missing, and our mother tried to keep him alive for us. And so there were pictures and stories and his letters and so forth. And we kept hoping he would show up one day, but he didn't. And as time faded, that hope faded, but there was never any real closure to the hope, expectation, or just the wound. Basically, I would just say it's a wound that was unable to heal, and it has affected me my whole life in a number of ways.
Is there any good that has come out of this? Along the journey that you have gone on and what you have learned, I guess I could say, how have you channeled this experience into something good?
Well, my advocacy has been a very positive component of my life. It has connected me to my dad in many ways, and it has connected me to all you and other family members in our effort to seek answers. It's given me a purpose, and not knowing what happened to him, still not having complete closure, this has been a way to connect me to the whole loss, and my advocacy has, I think, resulted in a number of good things over the years. The families didn't rise up until the early 90s. And that's something I think if we're going to talk about other things later, I will save. But that's when I became active, and it just was, I don't know, it's my dad's with me, and I'm with him. I guess that would be the simplest way to put it.
That's very good. Jane, I'll turn to you and ask the same two questions for you. First is, what's been some of the most difficult parts about having your uncle missing? And from that, what good has come of it? How have you channeled that energy and that grief into something positive?
So, for me and my family, first, I didn't know Warren. He knew me. We have pictures of me with him, but I was very, very young. So I can't give any memories of what it was like to know Warren and have him as an uncle. So the hardest thing is knowing that the pain it brought to my family. So I have a vision every time I talk about Warren of him with his duffel bag headed back to having been reassigned, and his mom and dad standing there, waving, knowing that we'll get this done, he'll come back and have kids and it'll be good. And the sadness that my family, it's a sadness that unless you've lived it, you can't understand, because the hope of us ever knowing exactly what happened, where it happened, and where he is or where he was, he never came home. So, and we didn't know, and it's the not knowing. There's no peace there. And my grandma had a stroke shortly after this happened. My grandpa sat in his chair in the living room and died of a heart attack. And we used to tell the kids that it was a broken heart that Grandpa died from. But so that, and my mom, everybody handles that grief differently. My mom chose to take Valium. That's what you did in those days. So it's kind of hard to raise two little girls when you're on that. And there was lots that went wrong, and no little girls should have had to deal with that we did. But that's what grief can do. That's what losing someone like that can do. So they have called it generational grief. That's been my lifesaver. And I didn't learn about that until I worked at a medical facility, and several of my friends were psychologists, psychiatrists, and we'd have lunch together, and they would talk about it, and I would say, you know what, that's the term I want to use, because that's how it was. It was very hard for his boys. We watched his boys grow up. They never knew their dad.
And Jane, given that background and experience, anything else from there that you've been able to channel into something positive?
Well, one of the positive things that have come is it's brought my immediate family together. Everybody's very, very supportive of what we do, and we've been doing it for 70 years to try to find answers. So it's kind of goes from generation to generation. So the generational grief part of it has been something that I've learned about, and we sponsor things in the cities to address that, because it wasn't just unique to what we're going through, but a lot of other things. So that's been very, very helpful. That's been helpful. One of the ways I got to know Warren was through his letters. So that also was a good thing that came of it. So that was very helpful.
Letters that he had written to family?
Yep, letters that he wrote both to his mom, his dad, and his wife, and my mom as a sister. He wrote separate letters to his mom and separate letters to his dad, because some of the stuff he talked about he didn't want his mom to know. So that was kind of fun to see. One thing, the last letter he sent home, the last communication that Gloria got, in that, Warren said this. One of the things he wrote was, one of my favorite songs is Pretend, let's see, what was the name of it? Pretend by Nat King Cole. And he had said to Gloria, he wrote in that letter, and if you sing this melody, you'll be pretending just like me. If you play it, I don't think it's by Post Malone, guys, so I'm not sure who sings that one, but we'll see. And the words in that were, pretend you're happy when you're blue. It isn't very hard to do. So those are the things that were fun to hear.
Thank you, Jane. We've heard a lot this week about the science that takes place in our laboratories, the recovery of the remains, and leading to identifications. We heard about the great success from the Korean War Identification project that's achieved the 800th identification very recently. And in order to make an identification, we must have the presence of human remains. Absent the presence of those remains, we're unable to make an ID. Aside from an identification, is there anything else that may bring you some consolation? Okay.
Well, I guess the prize would have been him coming home alive, of course. Other than that, the next best thing would be to have his remains sent home and identified so that my brother and I could have him with us. But the consolation, I guess, would be finding out what happened to him, because there are some aspects of his loss that suggests that he might have been taken to the Soviet Union. I know there are differing opinions and differing information about whether or not that actually happened. My personal belief, and from information that I have learned over the years, is that it very well might have. And so finding out if our father was taken to the Soviet Union and exploited for his knowledge of Sharan, for example, and if not, if he went down with a plane, did they find his remains? What became of him? Just the open wound to which I referred previously is the hardest part of it at this point, and we would like some of the so-called closure. I don't want to close the book on our dad, but we would like some answers.
And Jane, same question to you.
And of course, I would love to have my family receive a phone call saying that we have found Warm and he will indeed be coming home. His situation is so unique. I don't anticipate that happening in my lifetime. And believe me, it's not because lack of trying. DPAA has worked endlessly, very hard, very good people. My family's very grateful to know that that's going on. But that's out of all of our control. Hopefully that happens one day. John and Bruce, Warren's two sons, are both deceased and never had children. So that's up to my grandchildren when I'm gone to carry it on, and hopefully they won't stop, just as the rest of the earlier generations haven't stopped. So that would be. Other than that, we just keep him alive by the letters, and funny stories we've heard from friends in his childhood. So he certainly was loved.
About a quarter of the attendees here today are here for the first time. This is not the first time you two have been here. You have been on this journey and seeking these answers for quite some time, and you've learned a tremendous amount along the way. I'm curious to know, what is something that you have learned in this journey that you wish you would have known earlier that could perhaps help some of those that are here today for the first time?
Okay, I guess I would have to return to the notion of the Soviet transfer, because there is information that, as I said, that men were taken. When I became active in the early 90s, it was after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and Russia's first president, Boris Yeltsin, came to the United States and stated that they had taken American POWs during recent wars and not returned them. So that is when families began to organize, and I eventually, along with two other members, formed a coalition of families of Korean and Cold War POW MIAs to get more information. In the course of all that, I was asked to testify at a congressional hearing, and I was, while waiting in a separate room for it to be called, I sat with Lieutenant Colonel Philip Corso. He had been the military advisor for President Eisenhower during the Korean War back in the early 50s. And while we were waiting, Colonel Corso told me that they knew back then that Americans were being taken by the Soviets for exploitation, and that Eisenhower asked him for advice. Should he or should he not tell the American people? And Corso said no, because they're going to want answers, and we don't want trouble with the Soviet Union. So they did not tell the families or anyone about the transfer back then. Now that was decades ago. We found out eventually 40 years later. If we had known, and by we I mean the families and everyone else, what was going on, how might that have changed the recovery and the accounting mission in general? People might have rallied, demanded answers, and gotten them perhaps. There might have been a way to negotiate with the Soviet Union. We will never know that looking back, but in answer to your question, if we had known it decades ago, things could have been different and different in a better way.
And Jane, what do you wish you knew?
So this is a very timely question because I want to take this opportunity to thank Kelly McKee for all the work that he has done in getting names on monuments. My family's worked hard, DPAA has worked hard, but yesterday an announcement was made that we're seeing some forward motion here, which is really something that would have been wonderful to hear sooner. But I can't thank him enough and those who helped because it's the first good news that we've had in a long, long time. And we're so grateful and so appreciative of the work that he's done and everybody else. Again, I think it's one of those things, unless you're waiting to hear that your loved one mattered to the U.S. Air Force and that his name is on is somewhere in the public where he can be honored and remembered, because it means a lot to families, and there's somewhere to go to mourn with those with the like situation. So I wish it could have happened sooner, but hey, we're going to take it. So we're very, very pleased. My whole family was very happy to hear that there's some forward motion there.
Don, in the closing minutes here, is there anything that you would like to offer or share that we've not covered this morning?
There's so much. I could talk all day. But more directly, no, it's just thank you all for being here. Like Jane has indicated, certainly would like to express my appreciation to Director McKeague, his whole team, and everyone else within the government, and all of you for every effort that's being made in order to bring us all answers. We'll just keep fighting until we get answers, or I guess drift away. One thing that I would indicate or ask is if you go on, if you have the opportunity and the inclination, go on the Coalition of Families website. We have a lot of updates as to efforts that are being made, things that have been accomplished and are in the process, including some legislation that could bring us all some answers. I won't go into that now, but it is available online, and I invite you all to take a look, and thank you all for being here.
Ask you the same question. And Jane, I'll just ask you if there's anything else from your notes that you would like to cover that you haven't had a chance to present yet this morning?
You know, I would like to mention that my family we're getting good at grieving. I lost another uncle in the South Pacific in a plane crash. Lieutenant Carl Haugen. I lost two cousins in Hawaii, the Sevenson brothers. And so we're not new to this. We're getting to be, experts at it. But this is to do something like this, to be allowed to do this, and to meet with people who have had typical grief, probably to the same degree or more than Donna and I. So it's been such an honor for me to be able to say Warren's name and see him honored and remembered in such a public way.
Well, thank you both. I would like to personally thank you for allowing me just even the very small part to join you in our conversations, to get to know you, to get to know your stories and your journey. I'm absolutely humbled by it, and I applaud you and your courage for being here in front of everyone to talk about your stories and to share with them. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for inviting us. I appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
Ladies? Franklin, first of all, thank you very much for facilitating. Jane, Donna, thank you. We told you yesterday that we had reformatted this program to have a conversation, to have a dialogue with you. Well, if you're going to have a conversation, there is no better way to have a conversation, maybe not directly as we are with each of you, but through your peers. So we're very mindful to represent you all, these two ladies, because for years, decades, they have fought tirelessly for this cause, this sacred mission. On behalf of your peers and us, we would like to present to you, Jane, just a small token of appreciation for what you have done for us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Franklin. Thank you, Jane, and thank you, Donna. Yesterday, you heard a little bit about, in the Q&A, a little bit about our Partnership and Innovations Directorate from Dr. Holland. Today, we have with us a current member of our Partnership and Innovation Directorate, the deputy. He is the Chief of Innovations, and his name is Dr. Jesse Stefan. He's going to talk with us a little bit about what Partnerships and Innovations are doing from archives all the way through the laboratory work. So, Dr. Stefan?
Well, thank you very much, Jennifer, and good morning, everybody. It's great to be back here in Omaha. I get to come here occasionally, obviously in this line of work, and we heard yesterday about the zoo from Congressman Bacon, but I heard about something else I think you should know about. Apparently, the Reuben sandwich was invented at the Blackstone Hotel in the 1920s, so just in case you need lunch ideas for today. But before I go further and talk about innovation, and fair warning, I'm going to ask for a few of you to maybe come up here and join me on the stage in a few minutes so I don't bore you to death. We just came from Let's Talk, Reflections family members. Thank you for that, Ms. Knox and Ms. Hanson. I know all of us are still sitting with that, so I'd just like to acknowledge up front, everyone in this room is here because of the Korean War and the Cold War, because of a father, a brother, an uncle, someone who never came home. Nothing I can say in this talk can fully square up to that. But everything I'm about to tell you exists because of what you just heard, because of your patience and your advocacy. That's exactly what keeps this work moving and keeps us seeking answers. So let me start with the title. It reflects the shape of the careers of a lot of the colleagues I've had the privilege to work with alongside here at DPAA, and more or less the shape of my own career. Over time, working here long enough, you get to see this agency's history up close. And let me tell you, it's a history full of quietly groundbreaking work, long before there was ever a formal innovation program. Let's start with the archives. People at this agency went into countries and searched for information for our missing, sometimes doing that even while relations with these countries were still frosty, before the door was fully open. Research wasn't just research. It's a tool for building the very relationships that this mission depends on, a reality that is still very much true today. From there, we can move to the field. People here pioneered systematic mechanical excavations and built what we still call Uber screens. These are giant screens, changing how rapidly a recovery site can be progressed. So more sites can be completed, more evidence can be recovered, all the while ensuring it's done safely and securely and to high standards. And we can end up in the lab. And one of my favorite examples in this agency history of innovation, not that many years ago, someone realized that old chest x-rays taken to screen troops for tuberculosis and slated to be thrown out were actually irreplaceable medical records, unique documentation of someone's chest. People here recognize the clavicle, the collarbone, as a brand new line of evidence for supporting identifications. Yes, someone at this agency looked at what was headed for the trash and said, we can use that. And it may be the archaeologist in me, but that is exactly the kind of instinct we need to succeed in this mission, which, as you are all well aware, is a most challenging endeavor. None of that happened because someone told people to innovate. It happened because the mission demanded it, and people at this agency do whatever it takes to get the job done and get it done right. My job now is about making sure that spirit, the one that was here long before I arrived and will be here long after, is supported and fostered. So today, I'm glad to share just a little bit of how we're doing that. So just some quick context on what my team from the Partnerships and Innovation Directorate actually does. As you know, DPAA's mission is the fullest possible accounting for our missing. And one of our stated values, right alongside compassion and integrity, is innovation. We work to apply fresh thinking and continuously improve everything we do. That's not a slogan for us. It is written into the agency strategy and how we operate. Here's one way it works in practice. DPAA staff or one of our university and research partners can submit what we call a think ticket. It's basically an informed pitch based on experience. Here's an idea. Here's why it might help find and identify more of our missing. Every year, we review all of these ideas with subject matter experts from inside the agency. And the strongest ones get funded and become what we call innovation studies. Real research projects with real universities and partners, working real problems with our staff across all of DPAA's directorates. Right now, we've got 16 active studies underway, and 5 more just approved this year. That's 21 in total. And here's the thing I want you to walk away knowing. Every single one of these studies exists because of family, still waiting for an answer, and we're going to do everything we can to help them get that answer. So, rather than tell you about all of them, I'd actually like to show you. May I now present to you the fishbowl. Yes, instead of standing up here reading you a list, that's a briefing, not a conversation, I put a few of the titles of our current innovation studies in this fishbowl. And now I'm going to ask for at least one volunteer out of 200 to come up here and pull them out, take a guess at what we're doing, and discuss together what the study actually is. And I can actually use 3 volunteers. So don't worry, this is not going to be a pop quiz. And if anyone gets something wrong, it's probably going to be me. But can I ask 3 of you to just come up here and sit with me for a few minutes on this lovely living room furniture? Can I see? Yes, I've got 1. Thank you, sir, so much. Please come up. Looking for 2. Thank you. And do we have one more for the audience participation? Please, come on up. Thank you. Now, while we're waiting and letting them get comfortable and get up here, there's something I should actually tell you. This is actually the Franklin Damon family fishbowl. So thank you, Franklin, for letting me borrow the fishbowl with apologies to your fish. Thank you so much. If you want to take that one over there. Thank you. Okay, you guys have a couple mics. You did a mic test.
Testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing. Testing.
Test. Okay, everybody can hear all right? Okay, well, first of all, one more round of applause for these wonderful people agreeing to come up here and sit with us. Thank you all very much. So yes, what we have here is a fishbowl with 3 of the innovation studies in it. So, sir, if I could ask you, take one and pull one out. Pass it along if you'd like. Thank you. Sir, would you care to read what you have on your slip of paper?
Do I have a choice?
Not at this point, no.
Developing GeoAI tools for integrating historical documentation with remote sensing data. Could never have come up with that on my own.
Wow. Well, shall we try to unpack it together?
Sure.
Let's start with GeoAI. Any guesses? I mean, the last two letters are probably, it's the hot topic right now, right?
No guesses.
Artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
So how about the geo part?
Developing.
Oh, sorry. We're just going to focus on the one, then we'll move to you. Otherwise, we'll really confuse everybody.
Geological?
Geography.
Okay.
So geographical AI, this is an innovation study with the University of SUNY Binghamton. And if you imagine the volume of documentation that any one case might touch in the historical record, I'm sure you'd imagine it's quite a few records. Everything from unit histories to maps, to accounts, to letters from families. So this is a project that basically looks to structure all of that data and bring it together so that our researchers can use artificial intelligence tools to analyze and use it to, in fact, in this case, the big piece is the spatial piece, right? So look for the most highly targeted and likely locations to search for our missing. Any questions? Does that make sense?
Are we far enough? We have enough information on AI to trust it?
That's a great question. So let me give you an example, because I think, as everybody knows, AI can get a lot of things wrong. But what it's really good at doing is parsing through large volumes of data. So one example I like to bring up is, think about place names. Those come from somewhere, right? And sometimes in conflicts, there are place names like Hill 25, or even references to locations. What a tool like this lets you do is it allows you to basically query back and find the origin of that place name. Who made up that place name? Who assigned it? Has it changed over time? And queries like that allow a researcher to not only use the tool, right, which is processing all these amounts of data, but also control it to ensure that AI isn't jumping to conclusions. So it's, I think, in the industry what they call human in the loop. This is not AI running around on its own. It's being used as a tool. Great question. Shall we move to the next? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Developing a Hawaii-based population isotope database to help identify American missing from World War II and Korean War.
Right. So, isotopes. Any idea what isotopes are?
Isotope.
Chemical signatures in the body?
I have no clue. Sorry.
Yeah. So isotopes are a chemical signature in the body, and if you have human remains, and certain types of human remains are more useful for this than others, you can analyze that to actually match those isotopic signatures, often with where people grew up or came from, or even what they ate. The classic, and we're here, I guess, in the Midwest, so people like to say Americans are made out of corn, right? Because our diet is a corn-based diet to a large degree. And this is also a comparative study. So that comparison is very important, because if you look at the diets of, say, others in other parts of the world, say a rice-based diet in Asia, you will find differences in the isotopic signatures. So what you have there is a study that's actually working with the University of Hawaii at Manoa. They have actually a willed body program, and it's actually looking very closely at folks that grew up in Hawaii, Asian Americans specifically, because we had thousands of Asian Americans in the Korean War and in World War II. And it's using the unique situation of, again, people growing up in Hawaii, perhaps eating a mixed diet, an ethnically or culturally traditional diet, but living and growing up in Hawaii, and asking the question of how does their isotopic signature compare to what we'd expect for folks elsewhere, say in the US. So a very important result to potentially help use isotopes and make sure that we are basically retaining those remains that maybe are Asian American or Hawaii-based folks.
Very interesting.
Hope I didn't mangle that too bad. So I should also mention, each of these studies, I said, had stakeholders across the agency, right? So for the geographical AI, we've got some of our experts in the Indo-Pacific Directorate and the European Mediterranean Directorate. These are the folks that are actually doing the real work day in, day out of analyzing casework. They're stakeholders in these studies, working with the partners to develop these tools. The same is true for the isotopes. We have staff in the laboratory, a dedicated isotopic analysis section, and they're key stakeholders in this who are working with the University of Hawaii at Manoa to develop these methods. All of these, I would say, are kind of an applied kind of innovation. We're not out there looking for new whiz-bang, completely out of the blue stuff. We're looking at how can we take emerging technologies, existing capabilities, and operationalize them quickly to this mission. Any other questions? Thank you. All right. I think we're to the third.
So this says Mechanical Screening Control Study Phase 2.
Phew. We're finally back to the dirt. That's where I'm most comfortable. All right. What do you think that means?
I have no idea, but you're in Phase 2. So
we're in Phase 2.
There was a Phase
That's a good
1.
point.
So you're in a second phase of.
Do you think there's a Phase 3? How many phases do we have here?
I don't know. The government is famous for lots of phases, so.
Okay, well, we're all lucky. There's only 3 phases. Okay. So does everyone know what screening is? And this is great because if folks don't, so when we excavate a site, all of the sediment that is excavated is actually run through a 1/4-inch metal mesh screen. And that is to make sure that nothing is being dug up and thrown away, discarded inadvertently. So everything's processed through this screen. And that is actually one of the most labor and time-intensive things that we do in the field. If you imagine a team out there working on a site, a lot of the time and the labor is actually doing the screening. So that's your screening. What do you think the mechanical bit might be?
You're using something mechanical to do it.
Aha! It's not that hard, is it?
No. Just break it apart.
Our traditional method of screening is actually hanging with engineer tape individual screens, and they're called shaker screens, right, where you actually shake it and the soil falls through. We have long thought and been aware of the potential to use mechanical. You see these things at like construction sites, aggregate processing and the like, where they're using mechanical contraptions to basically shake and separate sediment. The problem is we're very concerned about what that might do to what we're looking for, right? Whether it be human remains or material culture, something that might lead us to a case. So phase 1 was an experimental, basically a control study that used some of these machines with what non-evidentiary materials, right? We used animal bone and other things that were proxy for what we might actually encounter in the field. Ran phase 1, and the results were quite encouraging. No deleterious, no bad things happened to the evidentiary material, although I will note any kind of screening does have a certain level, obviously, of impact to what you find, but also leaps and bounds in efficiencies. Now, it depends on what the sediment is. If you're talking about sand or loam or clay is not a good one, but in some of these settings, up to 5 or 6 times more efficient than our traditional method. So phase 3 will be the operationalizing this and getting it into the field. So any questions on that one?
No, that's great though. That's really interesting.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Well, that takes us through the fishbowl. I did have one more question for you guys, and I swear I only thought about this morning. I didn't set myself up. Well, maybe I did. What do you get when you put a bunch of good ideas in a fishbowl? a think tank.
Oh.
Thank you, everybody, very much.
Let's go, Duke. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
And don't forget your fishbowl.
Well, it's Franklin's fishbowl, so.
Fish need their fishbowl back. Franklin said the fish are in a plastic bag on the counter in their house. So next we have, again, Dr. Dawn Berry. She is going to talk a little bit about the various different developments in archival research. Dawn?
Thanks so much. Can everyone hear me? No. Can people hear me now? No. Okay. Can people hear me now? What about now? This is the comedy bit that we knew we'd begin with. So I've been told I have 10 minutes, which for me is does this work? What about now? Yes? Yay! Okay. Greatest success of the day. First, I just want to say thank you all so much for letting me speak to you today. I think most people who have been here for a while know, and I've said this every year, that it is my great, great pleasure, and it's the highlight of my year to be able to speak with all of you. Truly, truly it is. Thank you to Ms. Nazarenko and her team for allowing us to speak, and thank you to all of you for being here. This is a little bit of a special year for me, so it's the 10th anniversary of my first KCW. So I've been at the agency for approximately 12 years, and my first KCW was 10 years ago. And what I have in my hand, because you guys know I always bring a lot of paper, which I wheel around like an airline stewardess through the halls if you've seen me running. What I have in my hand here is a presentation that I presented on Valentine's Day, so February 14th in 2017. And what this was the precursor to the Korean War 7-phase disinterment plan. So this was on February 14th, 2017, and we've just started the 7th phase of that plan. Now, I am, as you know, originally Canadian. I used to start every single brief I did by thanking every single person who contributed to the work that we do. And there's a long list of everyone in the agency that was involved in the project up until this point in 2017. And I want to say a special thank you. I did this last year to a couple of people. Ron Broward, who is no longer with us, who really innovated a lot of the work that we did on X-Files and Unknowns in the laboratory, and also to Mr. Phil O'Brien, who spent essentially a lifetime putting together a lot of information that we're still using. The thing that I also talked about last year, but I didn't spend enough attention speaking to, is how much you as families contributed to this plan. I often talk about the specific individuals who were involved in this, some of whom are on this paper, but we had over 200 family disinterment requests that resulted in the Korean War disinterment plan, and 4 of them are on this page. 2 of those families are still in the room today, and 1 of them isn't. And the reason that they're not is because they were identified 3 months ago. So that was Robert L. Rooks, who was X-113 at UNMC Pyongyang. When we started this project, no one had mapped this cemetery before, and we were told over and over and over again that it was impossible. But I think, as you've heard from many of our scientific colleagues, that what we do is make the impossible possible, and we do that for you. I also want to acknowledge someone who's not here this year. So we have a family that's not here for a wonderful reason, which is an identification. But this is also the first KCW that I've experienced without a wonderful woman named Gail Embry. Gail was the daughter of a Camp 5 service member. She was born after her father left for Korea. She didn't know until we showed her some historical documentation that her father even knew that she was alive. She was at every single KCW that I've ever been to. We always sat down together. We took pictures together. Eventually, she brought her granddaughter, Rosa, to learn about her father's case, and she passed away in March of this year. The reason that I mention this is I know that we're not family by blood. Most of us, I suspect I have one cousin in the room, distant cousin. The last names are both Barry, so there's something going on there. I know we're not family by blood, but this experience really unites us in a truly profound way, and it has for me. Many of you know that it's because of this meeting that I became an American citizen. You heard our PDD talking about a calling to public service. I truly, truly believe that's why I'm here, and that's why so many of my colleagues are here. But the wonderful thing is we share in your joy when we make an identification. My team literally jumps up. Many people cry. We have pictures of all the identifications that happen up in our offices. But also, I want you to know that we share in your grief. When you lose someone in your family who we've been meeting with for a long time, or even family members who we don't know that have been part of this process. And I think what that does is drive home something that the director talks about a lot, which is time. Time is working against us, and we don't have enough of it. Jesse just spoke really beautifully and eloquently about innovation. And I want to talk a little bit about how our team is trying to innovate on the research side to get you answers as quickly as possible. And yes, I did throw my pen off the stage, so we'll grab that later. I think the slides are coming. So I, as you all know, could talk for many hours about all the research my team is doing. The research that I was very lucky to be a part of for UNMC Pyongyang that eventually became the Korean War Disinterment Project has eventually resulted in now over 200 identifications, which is incredible. And it really was a team effort. We hear a lot about the scientific developments that are happening and how important the laboratory is in that process. But a lot of that starts with research. My boss, as I said before, research drives operations, and many of you are part of it. So I just want to touch on a couple little things, not little, big things that our team is doing. An amuse-bouche, because there's more. Teaser for next year of what the team is doing. So what you see up on the screen is a visualization of our foundational DPRK research initiative. The director often says, we are ready to go back into North Korea, and we want to make sure we are as ready as possible. And what that means is we have to look at everything we did between 1996 and 2005. But we also have to look at what we got back from the North Koreans, both after the war and then in the later exchanges of K-208 and K-55, and what that means. And we have to look at what North Korea looks like today. So Katie is looking very closely at satellite images of North Korea, seeing where towns have been built, where there's new power plants. So we understand the lay of the land, and we have as much as possible to ask for when we go back to North Korea. Katie has also written the first ever excavation proposal for North Korea, because when we went between 1996 and 2005, we didn't need that paperwork then, and now we need it. So that's how we're getting ready. So congratulations to Katie and everyone working on this project. Yay, Katie. 1 minute, which for me is so dangerous. So the DMZ is our one of our very high priorities. You heard a little bit from the PDD talking about this. We're looking at individual losses. We're going to talk more about this later. But we also have been working for now several years on our multinational Body Not Recovered initiative. So we're looking at individual losses, air losses, people who are lost on patrols. But we're also looking at large-scale ground losses. And we're working with our partners at the United Nations and also at ROC MND to figure out how we can get back into the DMZ and have as much as possible that we can do there. We just put our first large-scale group multinational BNR site on the master investigation list last week. So congratulations to Ryan Glasser who worked on that. I have 31 seconds, which I might try to steal back 1 minute since the other one was slightly longer. I get a shake no. Okay. Leveraging technologies, AI has been amazing. I want to recognize with my last few seconds that we have had a massive, massive breakthrough for one particular Cold War case. This is the first time that we've had our Coast Guard service members from this particular incident included in the single list of the missing. And that is because of Lisa, Megan, Terry, if you want to stand up. You've done an absolutely phenomenal job, and then Tammy. The last thing I'll say with my final 11 seconds is, even if everyone in this room is not here next year because we've gotten an ID or for another reason, I want you to know that you will never be forgotten. Our team will never stop working to find your loved ones until they are home. Thank you all so much.
So since our next speaker actually works for Dawn, I'm going to let her introduce him.
Oh, dangerous times. So I didn't get to talk much about this, but I feel like the path, the flame of research passed to me from Phil O'Brien and also Ron Broward. Dr. Ryan Poff is the future of this agency among many of the other people we've talked to. These projects really are incredible, and Dr. Ryan Poff is an exemplar of that. I met him when he was a student at Texas Christian University before he finished. He is a very, very impressive person and has taken on air losses and reevaluating air losses from top to bottom after the retirement of our former air loss analyst. I'm so grateful that he's here. I'm so grateful that we have him as part of our team, and I'm really glad that you get to talk to him today. So congratulations, Dr. Poff, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction, Don, and thank you to all of you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I can't stress enough what a tremendous honor it is to have your trust as we try to pursue your loved ones and find them. As Don mentioned, I've taken over as the Korean and Cold War team's air loss specialist, and I want to start today by a show of hands. Who in the room today is the family of an air loss? Okay, so if you take a look around the room, you'll see a substantial number of our missing are from air losses. And air losses present a unique challenge for the agency, in fact, a unique set of challenges, but I also think a unique opportunity. And for those of you who have sat in on CSRs with me, you know I always say I regard myself as an optimist. I think you have to be to do this kind of work. And we're going to look today not only at these challenges, but at the opportunities that we have to try to rectify some of these unaccounted cases. And so we have three primary challenges when we look at air losses. The first is a scientific challenge. Second is a geopolitical challenge. And the third is an informational challenge. And for the scientific challenge, we'll start with that. We have, with air losses, often an explosion or very high heat involved in the loss incident. And as you know, this presents specific challenges in terms of the disposition of the remains from an air loss. Now, many of you will have gone to the SNPs briefing one of the other days or have heard about single nucleotide polymorphisms, what we call SNPs. and have learned about the opportunities that we have now in terms of recovering DNA from fragmentary remains, sometimes very small fragments. And so that's one of the ways that we're addressing this problem of explosions or very high heat. SNPs also presents unique opportunities in terms of some burned remains can also be identified that in the past would not have been able to be done with previous technology like next generation sequencing or before that the Sanger method. So that's the first challenge and the first opportunity. The second I want to talk about is, as I said, the geopolitical challenge. And this is something that all Korean War losses have in common. Those of you who are from ground losses are familiar with this as well. And that's that the majority of our still unaccounted for losses are in North Korea. And this is particularly pronounced with air losses. You can see on these two maps here, two different representations of the same problem. So if you look at map number 1 on the left there, we have a heat map indicating the location of these losses. And I do want to call your attention to one thing about that map, which is that it can be a little bit misleading. What do I mean by that? The heat on there is indicated by the number of service members associated with each loss. And of course, that serves a real purpose for us, but the problem it presents is that imagine you have an aircraft that was a carrier or a transport aircraft. Maybe there's 25 individuals on board. That would create on this map what appears to be a red-hot image. And if you look over here, this location, for instance, you might think, looking at the map, that we have a huge number of aircraft that went down in that area, when in fact we know that to be just one aircraft that had 25 service members on board. So I do want to call your attention, that little caveat. The best way to address that, I think, is with the second map that we see up there, because on that second map, what you see are individual plots showing the specific locations we have for these aircraft. And of course, the other thing that we should say with this, these are believed to be locations. Obviously, if we knew these to be the locations, we would be in a different situation. This is the best available information we have for this. And I'll talk more about the information challenge with locations in just a minute. But there are some things I want to call your attention to here. If you look at this area here on map number 1, that again looks to be a red-hot area in terms of the number of losses. This again is something that can be a little misleading because we know that area to be Daepyeongdo Island, which was one of the last radio stations you would check in with before you were going into North Korea on a mission. And so we have many losses that are plotted to that location because it was the last known location we had, when in fact we know that they were progressing without incident at the time they made that check-in. And so it can give the impression again that that was a place where so many aircraft went down, when in fact we don't believe that to be the case, if that makes sense to it. So these two images, I think, indicate these are tremendously important. I think they're tremendously helpful, but do bear in mind that there are some caveats with mapping like this because of the challenges. The other piece about the geopolitical challenge that I want to address in terms of an opportunity, many of you have heard about our Korean War disinterment plan and the fact that we're disinterring unknowns who were transferred from North Korea following the end of the war. And we are now into phase 7 of that 7-phase plan. Phase 7 is made up entirely of 30 sets of remains, all of which are believed to be from air losses. And we know that with those 30 sets of remains, based on prior experience, that could be either more or less in terms of the actual number of service members that represents. But do know that process, phase 7, started June 2026. We expect that phase to be completed in terms of disinterments, either by the end of this year or early next year in terms of, it depends on how much weather affects the disinterment process, but those should be accessioned into the lab for possible identification and forensic analysis. So that's a very promising thing, very hopeful thing in terms of what it represents for our air losses moving forward. I have another way to kind of plot this information regarding the losses for you, which you see these two pie charts that I've created showing the different locations. So DPRK, as I mentioned, North Korea, represents the vast majority of our losses in terms of air losses. 119 in South Korea, and then you see scattered in different areas such as the DMZ, the West Sea Islands, China, and Japan. And then a secondary situation I wanted to draw your attention to is a distinction between terrestrial and underwater losses. We're tracking, divides almost, not quite, but about 2/3, 1/3 terrestrial versus underwater. Our underwater capabilities have been expanding with the agency. We continue to do more and more work with this. The agency has had success in the past with aircraft that have been lost underwater. So many of you may have some people in the room who had an underwater air loss, but do know the agency has been able to pursue those in the past and continues to expand its capabilities to do that. So that's sort of the geopolitical/locational problem. We talked about the scientific problem. And I then want to talk about the informational challenge that we encounter with this work. So the primary informational challenge is that many of our aircraft that were lost were on a single aircraft mission. So some of you in the room might be familiar with the night intruder missions that took place during the Korean War, where an aircraft took off under cover of darkness. It checked with the ground controllers upon takeoff and then maintained radio silence for the duration of its flight. Alternatively, there are also daytime missions where only one aircraft was involved in the mission. And of course, this was designed to limit enemy knowledge of what an aircraft was doing. But in practice, it also limited Allied knowledge of what an aircraft was doing. And so in cases where that aircraft went down, we have sometimes very sparse information on exactly where that loss took place. And for those, we have either off-scope losses, which means that really we just know it took off and then have very little information on where it went after that, or we have last known location, where it checked in at a certain ground controller, and from there it was disappeared at some point. So last known location, a little better idea than off scope, but still tremendously challenging. For those cases, we may have to rely on sometimes information that is provided by returning POWs who may have been from the aircraft. That can often help with this issue. Or we have, in addition, sometimes information provided by communist forces who may have some knowledge about the shoot-down. And some of you in the room, I know, are in that situation where you know that the communist forces provided a little more information than what we were able to get from our Allied forces. One thing that is a cause of optimism, though, with this is if you look, actually the majority of our losses by a substantial margin are what we call an eyes-on loss, which means that an accompanying aircraft or some other observer saw exactly where that aircraft went down. And the advantage we have with that, the one advantage I think relative to some ground losses, is that we often have very good locational information in those instances. So when locational information does exist for air losses, it's often excellent. We often have a very specific coordinate where the aircraft went down. Now, of course, we should acknowledge that doesn't necessarily mean the service member would still have been with the aircraft. Doesn't necessarily mean the reporting was entirely accurate, but it certainly constitutes a good starting place for us and is an advantage, I think, in that sense. All these numbers that you've seen today have been the product of a research project that I spent much of the last year working on, creating a new database, compiling this information into a really actionable set of data that we can filter, sort, and in other ways represent so that we can arrive at these numbers quickly. And I do want to say about these numbers, that database is something I still work on every day, still refine every day. So these numbers will be evolving continuously. They were updated just a few days ago as I was preparing this presentation and will continue to be moving forward. But as of today, these are the most accurate numbers we have for these losses. So in my closing minutes here, I want to draw back to the real purpose of this work. What does this translate to in terms of the human result to what we do, the real purpose of everything we do at DPAA? So because of the challenges with air losses, the agency went many years without making an identification based on Korea or Cold War air losses. From 2011 to 2025, we're unable to make an identification. But I'm pleased to tell you today that due to some of the work that's been done in the agency, last year in 2025, we made an identification, Captain Howard Elliott Odell, 29th April 2025, which constituted for us a really major breakthrough in this. accounted for 75 years after he had gone missing over Daejeon in the Republic of Korea. And then I'm very pleased as well to add, not only did we have that identification, but we've also already had a second identification as well with Captain Franklin Hall Stratton of the U.S. Marine Corps, missing in action 16th June 1951, accounted for 29th May 2025. So you can see the way that this work is delivering tangible results. And as I said, with phase 7 of the disinterment plan coming up, we remain very optimistic that we'll see more and more tangible results moving forward. So again, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the trust you put in us. What a tremendous honor to do this. Thank you.
Okay. You guys heard a little bit yesterday about some various different partners that we work with. And partners, we rely on them for multiple things, for doing research, for doing some investigations, for actually doing recovery operations. But we also rely on them for some assistance and guidance and recommendations on the geopolitical situations around the world. We also maintain close relationships with non-government organizations. We refer to them as NGOs because in the Department of War, you can't do anything without a bunch of acronyms. So we have one of those NGOs that we work very closely with is the National Committee on North Korea. So here today to speak with you is the founder and the CEO of the committee, Mr. Keith Luce.
Good morning. It's my honor to be with you today. It's a real privilege to be here. I cannot say enough in terms of DPAA, all of the efforts put forward, which I'll get into in some more detail. The National Committee on North Korea is an organization. We're funded by foundations and individuals dedicated to principled engagement with North Korea. Our members represent a wide range of experience and depth on North Korea issues. Some are nuclear scientists, former U.S. diplomats, agriculture and development specialists, advocates on Korean War POW MIA issues, such as Rick Downs and Donna Knox, academics and others. I would like to stress that today my comments are my own. They're not on behalf of NCNK. I really appreciate all of the effort and sacrifice that each of you put in, and so I'm going to talk to you very openly today. As you're aware, the oft-repeated phrase of no man left behind in terms of standing firm for U.S. soldiers in war has not been true as applies to the Korean conflict. There has been inconsistent emphasis and priority to the issue by U.S. presidents and their political appointees. However, during my 25 years of working on North Korea issues, I have been impressed by the relentless efforts of the Defense Department, by DPAA. When I landed in Pyongyang 25 years ago this month, my first trip to the north, I was amazed to see a U.S. Air Force plane at the Pyongyang airport connected to a POW MIA recovery operation. During my time working for Senator Richard Lugar, and in my present position, I have encountered scores of U.S. government officials and other public servants along the way. I've met no officials who are more professional and more committed to their work than Mr. McKay. His leadership and the evidence of ongoing commitment to the Korean War POW MIA issue, and by his colleagues as well, is impressive. My interest in the country began in 2002 when I first traveled to the north. I was staff director to then Chairman Lugar at the Senate Agriculture Committee and later the Foreign Relations Committee. My guide for 7 days was Chae Sun-hee, the present foreign minister. During additional trips for Senator Lugar, I would raise the POW MIA issue at his request, usually handing the North Koreans a list of names and asking for the status of those individuals. The North Koreans often did not respond, but they were reminded of ongoing interest in this issue by the Congress. After my years of working on issues related to North Korea, which is a short amount of time compared to the years of active investment and commitment so many of you have given, there is a key question. What are the prospects of North Korea again engaging with the U.S. and allowing resumption of movement on the POW-MIA issue? I imagine that all of us here today were pleased that emphasis on POW-MIA remains. This was one of the points of agreement coming out of the Singapore summit. The North Koreans carried through in an initial sense by turning over the K-55 boxes of remains to the United States. However, following the failed Hanoi summit between President Trump and Leader Kim, North Korea slammed the door shut, adding a deadbolt, prohibiting any resumption of talks. Biden administration officials publicly conveyed their willingness to meet anytime, anywhere. However, the North Koreans balked, awaiting a specific proposal or steps outlining a possible way forward. Stalemate. In his second term in office, President Trump has repeatedly stated his interest in again meeting Leader Kim. However, to date, it appears the North Korean leader is not responding. Following the Hanoi meeting, Kim turned to Russia, fully embracing Mr. Putin, and as you're aware, sending thousands of North Korean soldiers to fight on behalf of Russia in the war with Ukraine. North Korea is reaping billions of dollars by selling artillery shells, artillery systems, missiles, and other munitions, and its military is obtaining on-the-ground experience for possible future application on the Korean Peninsula. Looking ahead, it's my opinion that stronger prospects for movement on U.S.-North Korea relations would be with the Department of War or the Central Intelligence Agency taking the lead with their North Korean counterparts, or with someone from the North trusted by Kim Jong-un. You may recall there was a time during the first Trump administration when the CIA was in the lead role. This idea intends no disrespect toward the State Department, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, in North Korea, the military and intelligence security officials, they carry the weight and need to be convinced or brought along whenever there are negotiations or possible agreements with the U.S. In terms of moving forward with talks between the two countries, it's important to point out that the ball is not entirely in North Korea's court. And let me explain. As I recently shared in a message to my membership, U.S. officials have repeatedly stated the challenge to bring North Korea to the negotiating table. That is true. However, it's not all on them. I have witnessed numerous challenges to engagement from the U.S. side through the years. Among them is a presence of some individuals throughout the U.S. government and under any administration who, because of a number of concerns they have regarding North Korea, while the Kim family is in power, these folks tend to stir up opposition whenever the possibility of government-to-government channel activities may occur. Now, certainly, there are issues of great concern regarding North Korea, its nuclear program, human rights, cyber theft, cyber attacks, among others. And as Americans, we have the right to disagree on policy options. However, the POW-MIA issue should not be sidelined due to a lack of engagement with North Korea. When President George W. Bush and President Trump began gaining traction with engagement, naysayers on the U.S. side succeeded in undermining the processes, which had consequences. On one of my visits to North Korea, meeting with then Vice Foreign Minister Kim Dae-won, he asked if President Bush was sincere in promising a security guarantee for North Korea if North Korea would abandon its nuclear program. I responded to the minister that I believed the president was sincere. Without blinking an eye, Kim then referenced an article in an American newspaper, quoting an unnamed administration source that the United States is preparing a list of sites to attack within North Korea. So the minister says to me, who do I believe? Looking at him, I replied that he should pay attention to the president's statement and not the remarks of an anonymous source. Indeed, there are also many in the U.S. government and Americans in general who simply lack interest in engaging with North Korea and or view global issues as more pressing. Now, I share my personal experiences and opinion here because I cannot overstate the significance of your role of reminding the executive branch and the Congress that whenever dialogue resumes, the POW-MIA issue must be on the agenda. And from what I can tell, it probably would be under this administration. You are the counter to those who either oppose engagement or who are not energetic in encouraging such. Personal opinion, the success that the United States has experienced with North Korea on POW-MIA issues is in part, and I would say in significant part, because you take the long view and you are persistent. There was much hand-wringing during the first Trump administration regarding the president's personal initiatives related to the North Korean leader, with foreign policy professionals in Washington and elsewhere insisting that's not how you do diplomacy. The traditional model is for the policy experts across a range of departments within an administration to come together and to work to achieve consensus on a policy approach for conveyance to the White House for review. However, the top-down approach of President Trump was welcomed by Kim Jong-un, who operates in similar fashion. While the Kim-Putin embrace is firm for the moment, it's my opinion that in Leader Kim's mind, he has no permanent friends, he has no permanent enemies. A student of history, he knows that he lives in a rough neighborhood. Mindful of the Chinese incursions onto the Korean Peninsula, going back to 300 or so BC, the Mongol invasions and the Mongol compromising Korean royalty, the Japanese occupation, and the Soviet Union foregoing its massive economic support of North Korea in the 1990 to 1991 timeframe. Being a master of pivoting, the time may come before the end of President's term that Kim will again be open to engagement in some form. By now, he will have calculated the unlikelihood of a U.S. president other than Mr. Trump meeting with him. If and when that occurs, it's important that the POW-MIA issue continue to be a key component of the U.S. government portfolio. So in conclusion, I want to thank DPAA for and not only thank DPAA for its ongoing commitment to results, but its patience in working with me through the years in NC&K. I'd also like to thank the Coalition of Families of Korean and Cold War POW-MIAs, which has been a continual inspiration for over 20 years during my time working in the Senate and at NC&K. Rick's regular visits to Capitol Hill, along with the analysis of Donna along the way, input of others in the coalition, have all contributed to a better informed Congress and White House. And speaking of Capitol Hill, I would also like to commend the Congressional Research Service. It's the go-to source of information by members and staff on a range of issues. And during my time in the Senate, CRS was most helpful in providing background information on the Korean War POW MIA issue. Thank you for having me today.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was important for us to be able to bring a gentleman like Keith Luce to speak to you simply because, as you heard, his almost a quarter century of experience in working with the North Koreans. We find some intersectional value between NCNK and DPAA from the standpoint that the work they do to advance relations between the United States and North Korea is done on the backs of humanitarian efforts by many members of NCNK. Keith, on behalf of the families, thank you very much for sharing your candid and, more importantly, insightful perspectives. On behalf of the families, we would like to present to you this memento.
Remember I told you there were a lot of acronyms? Maybe we'll have a test after this. Our next presentation, neither of whom need any introduction, Mr. McKeag and Dr. Holland are going to have a fireside chat with you.
I get to sit down, finally. So, I have been associated with this mission since 2012. As a result of my introduction to...
You're a newbie.
Exactly. As a result of my beginning this sacred work, the gentleman next to me was pivotal in ensuring that we continue to advance the mission. You were introduced to him yesterday. I'd like to offer a few insights that may not have been clear in his introduction. I was immediately struck not only by Tom Holland's just sheer dedication toward this mission, but I was struck by the just incredible intellect that he brought to it. But it was an intellect. What is he doing?
My wife is here. Can you say this again? Can you back up and start that again?
Not only was this incredible intellect, but it was backed by just an extraordinary vision. And part of that vision was what you experienced yesterday and the day before. It was because of Dr. Holland that that laboratory is there in that hangar at Offutt Air Force Base. It's also why, because of that extraordinary vision, that, God willing, and thank you to Senator Fisher and the United States Congress, that a new forensic laboratory will have a ribbon cutting, again, God willing, and Congress's largesse, in 2029. So again, I have benefited from 14 years of mentorship, friendship from Dr. Tom Holland. Now, to begin and basically continue the theme of all things North Korea, this man has had, like Keith Luce, up close, in-person experiences in North Korea. So that'll be the subject of our fireside chat. I guarantee you will find it enthralling. I guarantee you will find it riveting, not because of me, but because he is also a novelist. So I'll allow him to tell you the story about North Korea. Dr. Holland, always great to see you. Not many Americans can say they've been to North Korea, much less work there. When was the first time you went, and how many trips did you make into North Korea?
I went there the first time in February, a very, very cold February of 19 93. We had started receiving what you heard of as the K28, the unilateral turnovers, started coming in 92, and there were all sorts of problems with them. And so in February of 1993, Johnny Webb and I, some of you know Johnny Webb, went over to North Korea to present an argument to the North Koreans about why we needed to get access to that country, that the remains that they were unilaterally turning over, we simply couldn't identify because of commingling and all sorts of problems. It was early in DNA. We didn't really have that as a tool. So we went over there thinking that we could make a case for, if we could get access to the country, we could make substantial progress. So we went over there in February of 93, one of the coldest days of my life. And then we started doing recoveries in 95, and I don't know, I did maybe a half dozen recoveries over the next few years.
Do any of those trips stand out to you in particular?
Oh, well, the first. I mean, we were so stymied by what we were doing. We were getting these unilateral turnovers, these 208, and we just could not make any progress. They were commingled. There was evidence that they had been warehoused, so we kind of suspected that they had been out of the ground for a long period of time and that they had gotten commingled, either intentionally or unintentionally over that period of time. But, I mean, now we take DNA for granted, but the history of DNA is it was used the first time in England in 1986, which now sounds like ancient history, but in terms of forensics, that's relatively recent. We started using it in the United States in 1987, but it was still very crude. Department of Defense used it in a test case in 91, and then we started cutting the first DNA samples in 92. And at that time, we could get DNA about 50% of the time, and the laboratory was such that we could send maybe 50 to 100 samples a year. And so we had to be very judicious in our use of DNA, which meant that we really couldn't use it on the K208 because of the commingling. It was just such a mess. So we simply weren't making any progress on North Korea, given the way the remains were coming in. So the ability for us to get in there that first time, it was the first time. It was the first time ever. Because even during the time of the armistice in 1954 during Operation Glory, when the two sides were exchanging remains, UN teams, U.S. teams were not allowed to go into the north to do the recovery. So this was the first time that we could actually get remains out of the ground, and we were so convinced that if we could get them out of the ground ourselves under our conditions, that we could make identification. So that first one in, and I used to try to take the first missions in every year because the North Koreans would always kind of jerk you around a little bit, and I thought I could help navigate the jerking around process. So that first mission still stands out. It was groundbreaking.
You mentioned commingling.
Literally and figuratively.
You mentioned commingling. Was there any semblance of organization or sorting in any way, shape, or form with the assemblages that you began to receive in the early 90s? Did they have any means of keeping them sorted?
No. We would get these boxes, and they were turning over 25 or 30 every week or every 2 weeks during the 92, 93, and I think early into 94, until we had a total of 208. But that 208 ended up being 500 individuals commingled into these boxes. If you laid the remains out on the table, they looked like you would expect. There would be some cranial bones, some bones of the skull, and there'd be a right arm and a left arm and a right leg and a left leg. So it looked all right until you began to actually analyze it, and then you realized that the legs didn't go with the arms and the arm didn't go with the head. And that's why we couldn't make any progress, because you could estimate the stature from one bone and you could estimate the age from another bone, but if those bones didn't go to the same person, then you couldn't develop this biological profile that we needed to sort of neck it down. And so we were having trouble figuring out how are these things so commingled. And we started noticing, first of all, the bones were very dry. And I had been a museum curator before I went out to Hawaii. And so I kept saying, these look a lot like the remains I used to have in my museum. They were very dry. They had what we called shelf wear, which is you get sort of distinctive wear patterns when things have been on shelves in a museum. But we started noticing these little abraded areas on the bones. Like on an arm bone, you'd see a little, about an inch long area where it looked like it had been sanded or rubbed off. It looked like they'd taken a knife edge on and just sort of abraded a little area. And we kept thinking, what is this? It's not shelf wear. What is it? And then we looked at it under a microscope one day. And under high enough magnification, you could see what appeared to be ink. And so we started looking at all of these areas, and pretty soon we realized that it was writing. And we saw writing such as Suwon County, October 1963. And we found some September 1962 dates, and we realized what they were doing is they were eliminating curation marks from, that these things had been out of the ground since 62 or 63, and they'd been in a warehouse, and that they had tried to erase this before they turned them over. And it makes sense, right? Because in 1954, when the armistice was being signed, there was Operation Glory, and both sides exchanged remains. We never were allowed to go into the North, so the North Koreans and the Chinese would excavate the remains and then turn them over at the DMZ. And then relations sour, and that turned off in 1954. And I'm sure nobody at the time thought, well, it won't turn back on. I mean, nobody anticipated that 50 years later, 70 years later, that it still wouldn't be turned on. And so my guess is the North Koreans just continued excavating remains into the early 60s, if not beyond. And so the remains that they were turning over were remains that, in fact, had been on the shelves since 62 and 63, if not, before or after. And then it started to make sense that they simply didn't have good bookkeeping skills. And so they knew that a skeleton had to have a head and two arms and two legs, and so somebody, I always envisioned, somebody with a loading list going down the aisle saying, I need an arm, I need a leg, and so they would build these skeletons. And if you're naive and you don't understand that a scientist can actually figure that out and realize that the skull and the arms don't go together, it makes sense, right? We turned over a skeleton, why haven't you identified it? And once we realized that, then that sort of changed the way we approached them. And the North Koreans are all about saving face, so you can't back them into a corner and say, we know you've had them in a warehouse, fess up. But we approached it sort of more diplomatically. But we did use that as leverage to eventually get into the country in '95.
In that vein, you mentioned that you were looking forward to getting into North Korea to actually excavate. Could you explain to the families about seeding of recovery sites, the challenge it presented, and more importantly, how you overcame that?
Yeah, seeding or salting, we used to call it salting. We would, especially early on, it sort of tapered off over the years, because we operated in North Korea for 10 years, from 95 to 2005. And early on especially, we would excavate sites, and we would find remains that shouldn't be in those at that site. We would eventually identify them, and it would turn out to be somebody who was lost 100 miles away from that site. And we realized that what the North Koreans were doing is they were salting or seeding the remains into the sites. Because once again, it's all about saving face, but it's also about moving forward. So if you have an agreement to do a recovery, then by God, they want us to find remains. And the best way to find, well, there are two things going on. First of all, we think they still had remains in the warehouse. But if you're not going to admit you have them in the warehouse, how do you launder them? How do you get them back without admitting they're in the warehouse? Well, one way you do it is you bury them, and then you lead the Americans and say, I think there's something right here, you ought to dig right here, and then you let us dig it up. So that was one thing. It was a way of getting the remains out of the warehouse back here without admitting they had a warehouse. But the other thing it did is it made sure that we had a successful mission. We would bring remains home. And so if it looked like we weren't actually going to find remains, and early on they were very suspicious about why we were there, and so they controlled where we could go to excavate. They cannot believe, and a lot of countries are like this, but the North Koreans in particular seem to they can't believe that a country would spend this amount of money and manpower to go look for some 18-year-old private who died 60 years ago, or at that time, 60 years ago. And so if you're not over there to find the remains of an 18-year-old private who died 60 years ago, why are you really there, right? So they were always suspicious of us. They assumed we were there for some other reason. And so especially early on, if we said we want to go to this location because we have good information from the historians and so on, they would say, why do they really want to go there? Right? And that almost ensured that we weren't going to go there. Whatever place we said we want to go, they would say, well, they're not going there. And so we would end up we'd be forced to go somewhere else where we would dig for 25 days and not find remains, and it looks like you're going to come home empty-handed, and that doesn't look good. And so what do? On the 25th day, they say, our teams have found remains, and we think that's where you ought to go look. So we would pack everything up, we would move half a mile down the road, and they would say, dig right here. And then you dig, and lo and behold, you'd find remains. You would also find fresh cigarette butts and green grass. But it was progress. It kept the process going. We knew what was going on. They knew what was going on. It was a kind of this kabuki dance that you had to do while you built the trust. And if you were to plot, I'm a scientist, so I like to plot things. If you plot it, suspicion was very high in the first few years, 95, 96, 97, and then they began to say, maybe these people are just crazy and they're over here looking for, these remains. It doesn't make sense to us, but those crazy Americans. And so the trust began to build, and the tension dropped. And then really in, 2002, I guess it was, after 9/11 and January of 2002, President Bush said that North Korea is part of the axis of evil, if you remember that, and tension began to ramp back up. And that ultimately led to us leaving the country in 2005.
You spoke about warehousing. Were there any scientific assessments, indications that you all had made that these remains were warehoused?
Yeah, clearly the ink, the dates on there, that was a dead giveaway. But just the way the remains were put together, as I said, it was like they had a laundry list, and they knew that you got to have an arm, you got to have a leg. Oh, and artifacts. I can't tell you how many of those early cases came back, and even the early ones that we excavated, where we think they salted or seeded the sites, you could invariably count on getting 3 buttons and a toothbrush. Why? Because buttons preserve. They're plastic. They preserve. They're ubiquitous. There's lots of them. Those guys wore lots of clothing, right? Because it was pre-synthetic days. So the only way you could, in the winter, you just had to layer up. So you had all these different buttons and toothbrushes. Butler toothbrushes would preserve. And so if you're going to take the Americans out and say dig here, and there's going to be bone, and you want to convince the Americans these are American remains, you should take them back to Hawaii, the way you do it is you put some American artifacts in there. And I'm convinced that the same warehouse, the same, somebody else, probably in another department, is responsible for seeding the artifacts, and so they've got a list that says put 3 buttons and a toothbrush in the hole, because those are clearly American artifacts. So if you got American artifacts with the bone, then it's American bone, and everybody's happy. Until you get home and you can't identify them, right? I mean, that was the problem.
So the North Korean Army was your interlocutors as you worked there.
Yeah.
What was it like working with them? And also, if you had encounters with the North Korean people, what was it like working with them?
You know, we dealt with, well, I mean, there were sort of 3 groups involved in this process. There were the government officials, and by and large, we didn't interact with the government officials. Things were done at the state level. I mean, the president to president, or the secretary to secretary level. We didn't get involved with that. They delegated responsibility to the North Korean Army. So that's who, as you say, we dealt with. And you know those damn Army officers, Army, generals, man. They would get involved early, and then they would sort of step out. And so for the most part, what we dealt with were colonels and majors and that sort of level. And then there was also the enlisted who did the labor. We never really dealt with the locals. They didn't want us to have any interaction with the locals. I remember early on, they took us to the Museum of Science and Technology in Pyongyang. And while we were there, they showed us the North Korean space shuttle, a picture of the North Korean space shuttle, which was the U.S. Challenger, that they had put a North Korean flag on the tail in the picture. And they also showed us a picture of the North Korean manned landing on Mars, because it's the red planet, right? So they had landed on Mars, and it sure looked a whole lot to me like Buster Crabbe and Flash Gordon. It looked. They had a picture of Buster Crabbe and Flash Gordon, but that was the North Korean manned landing on Mars, and so that's the level of. We were in a hotel. At the end of the mission, we would have to go to Pyongyang, and I was in a hotel, and I got on pretty good terms with the North Korean linguist, who was a major who spoke pretty good English, and he and I, over several missions, had developed not a friendship, but we probably too much of a relationship, because after about 3 missions, he disappeared. But he had 2 young daughters the same age as my 2 young sons, and so we got joking about it. We were going to have arranged marriages, and I was asking about how much dowry he was going to pay me and that sort of stuff. And so we had a good relationship, and then until he disappeared. And I'm sorry if I was responsible for his disappearing. But we were standing in the lobby of the hotel. Because at the end of the mission, we would go to Pyongyang to sign the official paperwork, and we'd have to stay there for a couple of days. And there was a television station on, and they were showing the dear leader, I think at that point, bolting a missile together or something. And I said to this major, I said, "Is just one station?" And he said, "Oh, no, we have 2 stations." And I said, "What's the other one?" And so he changed over to the other station, and it looked like a news station. There was a person reading something. And then he turned back to the first one, and I said, "Well, I can kind of figure out what the first one's saying. Your boss is doing great things." I said, "What are they?" I said, "But I don't understand the second station." He said, "Well, the first station extols the virtue of the dear leader." And I said, "Okay," and flipped back to this other station. I said, "What are they saying?" "They're saying you ought to be watching the first station." And I don't think he was joking, and because he wasn't that humorous. But that's the level of indoctrination. So if that's what you're telling the people, that what the last thing you want the local people to do is have any interaction with the Americans, right? So all of our missions, we had to stay in base camps, in tents, far removed from the locals. We didn't have any interaction with the locals. My impression is they're good people. They're victims of life. hardworking, and I remember we used to have radio checks in the early years because we didn't know what was going to happen to us, and so we had radio checks every day. We'd set up an HF radio, and we'd radio back to somebody who was staying in Pyongyang, and we had code words that indicated we were not under duress. And so every day at noon we would go make this radio call. And I remember the captain and I walking up this hill and to do the radio check, and I was sitting up on this hill waiting for him to set the radio up, and I'm watching a farmer down in the valley, and he's behind a plow, and there are two women pulling the plow. And so when we got down off the hill, I hung up this North Korean major who I was going to, have as my son's father-in-law, and I said, what's going on here? And he said, oh, these people are very poor. They don't have very much. This is why he, disappeared, I think, because he's not supposed to be telling me this. But he said, they're very poor. And I said, well, those don't look like oxen. And he said, yes, that's his wife and his mother, or his mother-in-law. I don't remember. So that's the level that the locals were dealing with, and we didn't have much interaction. Our interaction was with the military, sort of upper level to senior level military officials, and they would jerk us around every day. But they would jerk us around because it was their job to jerk us around. I think they were doing their job the same way we were doing our job, and their marching orders were push, 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 because they think in long terms. We think in short terms. The Americans, we're action oriented. We would say, what does it take to get this mission? What does it take to get this agreement? And that's not the way they think about it. They would think in terms of 5 years, 10 years down the road. And so they would constantly be pushing because they knew that whatever today's ceiling was would be next year's floor. And so they would agree to something, and you'd say, okay, great, we've got an agreement. And then an hour later, they would ask for something else. They would say, oh, well, we never agreed to that. We want a metric ton of rice. You want to do a mission, we need a metric ton of rice to feed our workers. Okay, what's a metric ton of rice to us, right? No, just yes, okay, that's what it takes. Come back after lunch and they want 2 tons of metric rice. And you say, but no, we agreed to 1 ton of metric rice. No, 2 tons of metric rice. And then they'd get up and walk out of the meeting. And so they were just constantly probing our defenses, right? Seeing what was the limit of what we would agree to. And of course, we were always agreeable because to us, it was just, what does it take to get the next mission going? They were thinking 5 years, 10 years down the road.
At any time, were you concerned for your or your team's safety because of the interactions, harassment?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
From the Army?
Absolutely. We our base camps, we were surrounded by North Korean soldiers, and they said, "We're here for your protection," but all the guns were pointed in, not out. They would say, "Oh, the locals hate you so much." Well, there weren't any locals around. We're out in the middle of nowhere. But they would say, the locals hate you so much. We have these guards here for your protection. But the guns were pointed in. And once again, this major, who I would probably told me too much, I was commenting one day about how young all the soldiers looked. And he said, well, that's because they bring them up from the DMZ. So they were bringing these 16, 17-year-old kids who were usually guarding down at the DMZ because they were the true believers, right? Like this major that I was talking to, he was older, he spoke English, he had daughters, he wanted better life, right? So they had to worry about him defecting. And the ones that they could trust down on the DMZ were the young, true believing kids, right? And so those were the same ones they would bring up. And so I never worried that there would be a systemic security issue. I don't think that they wanted to derail things by having an incident. But what I always worried about is when you got a 17-year-old kid with an automatic rifle who you have trained to hate Americans, and that's why he's there, is because you can trust him because he hates Americans. And they would ring our base camp, and if you stepped out of your tent to go to the latrine at night, for instance, or during the day, I mean, if you stepped out of your tent, you were allowed to go this way because the latrine was this way. The latrine being a hole that we dug in the ground, but the hole was this way. And if you turned this way, they would wave a flag. And if you didn't stop, then they would blow a whistle. And then if you didn't stop, they would chamber around, and we never got past that point. But presumably at that point, for our protection, they would shoot us, right? So what I always worried about is we would have 18, 19-year-old kids on our team. Because at that point, we had expanded so fast that we had brought all these 11 Bravos, these infantry guys down from the 25th Infantry Division to augment our teams. So we had 18, 19-year-old kids who didn't like the idea of a 17-year-old kid blowing a whistle saying you can't go this way. And I was always worried that there was going to be just an unanticipated shot, and once that started, it would have been a bloodbath. So yes.
What was your most rewarding aspect of working in North Korea?
Bringing remains home. Absolutely, bringing remains home. Remains that we could identify. We were making such progress there for a few years, and we all had just high hopes that we were going to get into the west side of the Chosin in a big way, and we were making progress on the east side of the Chosin, and we were making great progress, and then the wheels came off.
If a DPA team were to be allowed back into North Korea today, how do you think their experience might be different than what you experienced?
I don't know the experience. I think the advantage is they've got you, and I don't mean that just to pat you on the back. The problem that we always had in the past is they had the same negotiators year after year after year after year after year. And they had this institutional knowledge, and they had this long-range plan. And what would we do on our side? We would send over people who were here on a 1-year assignment, 2-year assignment, 3-year assignment, who were action-oriented, who would go there and say, I don't care, you need a ton of rice, you got a ton of rice, right? And the next year they would be gone, and they'd be replaced by some other colonel. And so our side was constantly being outmaneuvered, just because of the structure at the time. SILHI, which was the organization I was with, was an Army organization, and then there was DPMO, and there was some strife in between those, who was in charge, but we just didn't have the continuity to negotiate long-term strategy. And with DPAA and with you as a permanent director and not being replaced every couple of years, I hope that the negotiations would set us up for success in a way that the past negotiations didn't always set us up.
You know, it was interesting toward that point, and I think I mentioned that to you yesterday. So we had 2 face-to-face meetings in 2018 with the North Korean Army, just as Dr. Holland had. Johnny Webb, who many of you know, and Jenny Jin led our delegation. It was interesting that Johnny, who, again, being there in the early 90s, said the same 2-star general, the same colonels, the same majors were in that delegation that they met at the DMZ. And this was years after the early 90s. 2018, the same people in uniform were there to meet them at the DMZ. Dr. Holland, thank you very much. I know that families enjoyed this conversation. You get, whoop. So Dr. Holland is actually a twofer. So yesterday, you know, he led and facilitated the panel discussion on scientific advancements. Today, he was the star of the fireside chat. So on behalf of the families, we would like to present to you the poster for this year's KCW.
So we have a little bit of time left because we have this wonderful timer here that keeps people on track this year. There have been a lot of comments that folks would like to continue the remembrance ceremony that we were not able to get completely through yesterday. So for the next 15 or 20 minutes, we'd like to give you an opportunity, if you would like to speak on behalf of your missing loved one, if you would just raise your hand and we will have folks with microphones come forward. We have a young lady right here at the first table. She's at table 9.
Called me young, made my day. Hi, I'm Tracy Kramer, Central Illinois, and I am here for my father, whose brother was in the Army, went MIA October 29th, 1952. His name's Wayne Franklin Elliott. At 1800 hours that day, he was part of G Company, 45th Infantry Division, and they set out to set up an ambush. They were ambushed by Chinese Communist forces instead. Communication was broken off by the time everything was over and they regrouped. 2 of their members were missing. My uncle, Wayne, who obviously I've never met, and another gentleman, Albert Franklin Martin, who I believe hails from Indiana. So I'm always looking for any connections to him, his family, and anyone else from G Company, 45th Infantry. When all of this happened, both of these gentlemen disappeared without a trace. This was on the eastern side of the DMZ. And to this day, no trace of either one of them. I really just, it has been such a hard thing for my father, so he's 87 now and can't really make these trips, so I go for him. He was 14 when my uncle disappeared, and they were very, very close. His memories of that time are his mother refusing to accept in any way, shape, or form that this had happened. She refused to accept that Wayne was gone, Wayne was not coming back. She kept sending care packages. Some of you have heard me tell this story in years past. She kept sending care packages, and my 14-year-old father, his job was to help his dad bury those care packages on the family farm in south of Springfield, Illinois, because Dad didn't want Mom to see the care packages. My grandpa didn't want my grandma to see the care packages being returned. So for years, she kept sending packages because she refused to accept this. And so we carry on just trying to find answers. For those of you who this is your first time, I cannot encourage you enough to keep coming. I believe when you factor in the online because of COVID, this is maybe my 6th one. And today I had my one-on-one with the casualty officer and the historian, and I received so much more new information. My father is kind of sometimes at that point where, what's the point? There's no new information. This meeting blew my mind today. And just when you think there's nothing new you can gain from this, there is. They are working so hard, and some of the changes, the innovations. So keep coming, because you never know what's next, and you never know when you come this many years, how many dear friends you are going to make, that you'll have friendships that last a lifetime. So thank you to DPAA and everyone involved for all of your hard work.
Thank you. In the back, ma'am, right behind you.
goodness. Okay. She raised her hand and then gave the mic to me. My name is Madonna White Bear Azure, and my sister Leah Blackhawk is here. We're here on behalf of our uncle Elmer Bear. He's been missing in North Korea since 1950. And there were, like the lady was saying, to me, it's like, and I told the casualty officer this morning, it's like my uncle disappeared off the face of the earth because my grandmother wasn't told anything. It was years after that anyone from the Army contacted her. And she would sit I'm looking for his, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to be talking. I and my sister would notice that she would be sitting at the kitchen table and she'd be looking out the window. And she wouldn't say too much. She would just sit there. And we were told later on, as young adults, that she was sitting there waiting for him to come home. And over the years, I prayed he would be found during my mother's lifetime. And now, out of 12 siblings that my uncle had, just the youngest one is living. And I think she was 9 or 10 when he went into the service. So, we'll continue coming. It's good to hear these stories. My uncle Elmer was in the Army. He was in E Company, 2nd Battalion, and then 23rd Infantry. And when he went missing, he was 60 miles from the Chinese border. And there's times my aunt that would come, she would ask very direct questions, but it's like there's nothing, no minimal records. And then the records that they did have of him, the place burned. So it's like almost starting from scratch with things looking for him. But I'm hopeful after hearing about that they can identify those who were treated with formaldehyde. Because the last time I was here, I went away thinking, oh my goodness, they have all those remains, and there's not too much they can do because of the formaldehyde. And I come back again, and now that they found a way to address that. And so I thank you for listening, and I wish everybody well that, your loved one is found along with ours. And I commend the DPAA for their efforts and for all you family members that come and keep the fire burning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anyone else?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you all for coming. I've been coming for several years now, and I represent my family in this endeavor to find my uncle. He was Private First Class Ismael Garcia, served in D Company, 1st Battalion, 32nd Infantry Regiment, 7th Infantry Division, and he was reported missing in action on December 2nd of 1950. My grandmother always got ready on Mother's Day thinking that my uncle would one day knock on the door. And my aunt would always dye her hair, because she never liked white hair, and put her curlers on and would comb her. And finally she said, Mom, why do you dress up so much on Mother's Day? And that's when she said, because one day my son will knock on that door and I want him to see that I'm still pretty. And now I wanted to say, I've been coming, I can't even remember when was the first time I came. But I've made it a point to bring my two sons. They've been here. And I want to introduce my fourth granddaughter, who is here for the first time, who's very interested in this program and everything. So I feel very I feel very happy that my grandchildren find this meeting amazing. She wants to come back, but her sister said, no, it's her turn. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of you here in the DPAA for all you do for us, trying to find our loved ones. And I'd also say thank you because I got the chance to actually have a service for my uncle in El Paso. We're from El Paso, Texas. So he's buried at the Fort Bliss National Cemetery. And we put flowers all the time. And I tell him, one of these days you're going to meet one of us. Hopefully, I might not be around, but at least my grandchildren will. They'll be carrying the torch for us. Thank you, and you all, God bless.
Thank you. Annyeonghaseyo. Hello to everyone. I am so glad to be here among my Korean War family. I am grateful that I have each of you. I've been telling my story for 15 years coming here, and you've become very special to me. This is my Korean family. Even my friends back home know what I'm talking about when I talk about my Korean friends. Hundreds of them, I tell them. I first, before I say anything else, want to say thank you to the DPAA. Thank you, Kelly McKay. Thank you for my personal team, Jim, Dawn, Abe, Jenny, all the people that have meant so much to me through these years. I thank you for absolutely still holding to the belief in the promises made and promises kept, because all of us here today are bound together by that promise that they have made. We absolutely know in this room, and they know, that the Korean War is not forgotten. And once I was at a museum where they had different displays for different wars and that sort of thing, and one of the rooms, the big banner over it said, Korea, the Forgotten War. I got sick to my stomach, very sad, standing in Florida on a vacation, and had to tell somebody that was there, no, it is not forgotten. But that was how it was even labeled. We know it is not a forgotten war because here today and every year, this is a room of hope because of the DPA's steadfast work to return every soldier to his family. Our collective grief and our generational grief fill this room as we're together. Thank you for this space, DPAA, that you give us each year for our families to share stories, share our grief, and to have hope that we can bring our beloved soldier home at last. Now, I am Brenda Doolin Lott. I am here with my husband of 63 years and counting. You heard that, honey. And I am here on behalf of my siblings to honor our brother, Daniel Marion Doolin, who was a paratrooper, Rakusan, in the 187th Regiment, I Company, 3rd Battalion. He was given a mission to stop the train on its way to the Manchurian border, to capture the Korean brass, as we call it, the North Koreans who were trying to get away, having just been defeated just a little bit before that, but they knew to go, and to free the POWs. That mission failed because they got wind of it the day before and had already killed the POWs, executed them. He died in the Battle of Sungjang on October the 21st, 1950, just 24 hours after leaving Kimpo Air Base and dropped in Korea. He was then buried in the quickly established Pyongyang Cemetery just a few days after that, and was not returned in Operation Glory. Before I continue, this is my beautiful brother. He was 18. I was 6. I'm the only one who remembers him, but my family knows the many stories. His framed picture, this framed picture, moved with us everywhere we went. He was constant in our lives, and the 5 of us loved him dearly. He was just our brother, but I'm the only one who remembers him. He was the first person to teach me how to do a chore. I remember very young, we had to dust the radio, and believe it or not, it was this tall. And some of you may recall seeing those. And mother always took, my mother, who loved him dearly, always said he carried me around with a diaper in his back pocket and would take me everywhere. Our family still has the song to honor him, and we will cry our eyes out every time we hear Danny Boy for our Irish brother. Dan, as I always say in this room, was my first love and my first grief. I didn't know him very well. I was very young, but I have images. But I do know that I was told how much he loved me, and that meant so much to me to know that he loved me. I remember the day or the letter that we got that he had been killed. And I know that others were grieving, but I had my own 6-year-old grief for a brother that I wanted to love forever. I do love him forever, but then he was gone. He carried me in his arms when I was a child. And 2 weeks before he died, he wrote in a letter, "I will never forget Brenda." So now I carry Daniel, known to us as Dan, in my heart. I would never have chosen this journey that I'm on. I wish that I could have missed all of this and never had to have done this. But I am grateful that I have had this sweet longing for my brother. I'm glad that I have met all of you and shared your stories. This search to bring home my brother Daniel is essential in my life. What happened to Dan matters, and what remains of him matters. I'll be 82 next month. My brother would be 94, and I want to bring him home. To jump from all of that to tell that part of the story, I would also like to say to all the Koreans that are here this week and that we will be having dinner later with them, my sister and I, 2 sisters and I, were very sad and very glad to have the opportunity in 2016 to be in Seoul, Korea, where Daniel spent his last full day alive and hopeful. He even had one letter where he said, "I think this war is going to be over really soon." That was about 2 weeks after he arrived. He was an 18-year-old in 1950, far away from home. I am forever grateful for the invitation to have Dan honored in South Korea, to see and touch the war memorial with Daniel's family name and given name, which meant that he belonged to a family and he was also an individual man, young man that lived. My sisters and I, along with the other 50 people that were going on this trip, we saw, heard, and felt a most grateful nation. And we got to see Korea as our beloved fallen soldiers would never see. Proud, free, and prosperous. When I was there, I was asked to speak at a memorial, and they asked me to pretend I was writing a letter to my brother, and please read that at this memorial. And at that memorial, and you've heard me say this before, this is what I said to Dan. Dan, they did not know your name. They did not know your face, but they knew your presence. And they are forever grateful to this day for your presence. It wasn't long after I said that they drove us to the Wall of Remembrance, and that was where I touched my brother's name for the first time. Later, we would have it here, but it was in Korea first. And when you touch that name, when you have no body, it's more difficult to grieve. It was wonderful, the fact that I got to go there. And it was there for the first time that I truly mourned deeply, deeply for my brother. It had never happened quite that way and that richly in my life. So the peace and the solace that I received in South Korea is an unforgettable and a cherishable gift. I will ask right now, raise your hand if you have been to South Korea and seen the honor that I got and you got. How many in this room? Would you agree that it made a change in your life? We'll never be the same because we stood on the land that they last saw, and we shall never forget that. So to the DPAA and to the South Koreans who are here, thank you. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one name that, before we close and break for lunch, there's one name that I would like to share for you, and I'm sorry I don't know his rank, but the name is Orville Spicer. He was the brother of Kay McMahon. Many of you all may have known Kay over the years. She came to all of these events starting in about 1996 or 7. And Kay would make little quilted doilies for everyone, or quilted coasters, and she would hand them out to everybody. And sadly, we just learned today that Kay passed away on May the 19th. So I would just like to say her brother's name for everybody here. With that, I have one announcement. If you signed up for a gluten-free meal for tonight, if you could please see Mr. Greg Hayes. He should be in the back of the room. Greg, can you raise your hand, please? So if you signed up for a gluten-free lunch or dinner, please see Greg. With that, we'll break for lunch, and please be back at 1:30.
Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Hello.
It was off. Good, mute, 2, 3, and 4, mute. Leave this one up.
Good afternoon, and welcome back from lunch. I hope everyone had a nice break and are ready for the afternoon session. I commend the families for being back on time. Our speaker is not. At each of your place settings, when you came back from lunch, you should have found a little brown box. That little brown box is a gift to you from the Ministry of Veterans and Patriots, the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs. If you did not receive one, please raise your hand and we will have someone bring it to you. Hopefully we got everybody at their place setting. And it looks like we do, so Megan, I think we've got them all covered. Thank you. As we're waiting for our guest speaker to arrive, I just want to give you a little bit of background. The Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs is similar to our Veterans Affairs organization here in the United States. They are focused very much on families, not only families of Korean losses in their country, but they're very, very focused on acknowledging the sacrifices of your family members. So when they do arrive, they're going to give us a little bit of background about the various different programs that they have available to you as family members. You saw someone talk about or asked to raise hands to anybody who had been to Korea, specifically on the Revisit Korea program. They run the program, so they'll be able to give you a little bit more detail about that. While we're waiting, if we can get some microphones, we have a little bit more time, and I had a couple people ask if we could resume the remembrance because there were some folks that didn't get a chance to speak who wanted to speak. So if you did want to speak, if you would just raise your hand, we'll have somebody bring a microphone to you. Anybody? Okay. So I think our representative from the MPVA has arrived, and I will turn the microphone over to Mr. Kim, and he can tell you a little bit more about their program.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Seulgi Kim. I'm director for Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs Korea. I will be presenting in Korean. 제가 지금 발표를 하게 됐는데 저희 이제 일행들이 지금 막 들어오고 있어서 저희 일행들이 좀 앉으면 시작해도 될까요?
Before going any further, I'd like to apologize for one thing because we have our interpreter ready for his presentation, but we do not have the special person here, so we'll be waiting for her a little bit, just for a minute. Is it okay? I'm sorry about that.
그러면 잠깐의 시간을 이용해서 거기 이제 저희가 기프트를 하나 드렸어요. 그 테이블마다 하나씩 있는 그 기프트를 한번 열어보셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Before starting my presentation, I'd like to kindly ask you to open a box in front of you, the brown one, please.
그 안에 보시면은 이제 설명도 있는데 그걸 보시면은 제가 이번에 발표하게 될 내용에 대해서 조금 더 이해를 하실 수 있을 겁니다.
There is the information how to use the pin so you can understand more easily.
네, 그럼 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
So let me begin my presentation.
저는 국가보훈부에서 왔고요. 국가보훈부는 이제 국가를 위해서 희생하고 헌신하신 분들을 국가가 직접 보답하고 예우하는 대한민국 기관입니다.
So good afternoon, everyone, and let me begin by introducing our ministry, Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and NPVA in short. In Korea, Patriots and Veterans Affairs refers to the nation's commitment to honoring and repaying those who have sacrificed and dedicated themselves in service to the country.
이걸로 하시면 네, 아까 말씀드렸던 저희가 예우해야 되는 그런 보훈 대상자 국가 유공자분들에게 저희는 매월 보상금을 지급하거나 의료를 지원하고 교육을 지원하고 취업을 지원하고 있습니다. 그리고 그분들의 그 숭고한 정신들, 희생들을 후대에 전하기 위한 어떤 캠페인 사업도 같이 하고 있습니다.
So our ministry provides compensation with their service and sacrifice, as well as medical care and educational assistance and employment support. We also promote a wide range of educational and cultural initiatives to ensure that their sacrifices are all remembered by future generations.
네, 대한민국 국가보훈부는 본부 그리고 26개 지방 조직 그리고 12개의 묘지 6개의 보훈병원 등에서 약 9천여 명이 근무를 하고 있고 독립운동과 6.25 전쟁, 베트남 전쟁, 민주화 운동을 통해서 국가를 위해 희생하고 헌신한 분들을 예우하기 위해서 노력하고 있습니다.
So our ministry employs about 9,000 members across its headquarters and 26 regional offices and 12 national cemeteries and 6 veterans hospitals. We are committed to honoring those who devoted themselves to the nation during the Korean independence movement, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the democratization movement.
제가 중점적으로 오늘 말씀드릴 거는 국제 보훈 사업입니다.
So what I like to highlight during my presentation is our ministry's international affairs.
대한민국은 한국전에 참전한 22개국 참전 용사와 전사자, 실종자 가족을 기리고 예우하는 국제 보훈 사업을 추진 중입니다.
We are carrying out the programs to honor the 22 United Nations sending states and the Korean War veterans.
여러 가지 다양한 사업이 있지만 오늘 이 자리에는 2가지 사업만을 제가 중점적으로 말씀드리겠습니다.
Among our many initiatives, I'd like to introduce 2 programs today.
먼저 리비짓 프로그램입니다.
The first is the Revisit Korea program.
한국 전쟁 당시 참전한 참전 용사와 유가족을 한국으로 초청하여 그들이 지켜낸 대한민국의 발전상을 보여주고 당시의 전적지와 묘역, DMZ 등을 방문하는 프로그램입니다.
So through this Revisit Korea program, the Korean War veterans and their family members are invited to Korea to witness the remarkable development of the country they helped defend. And participants also visit historic battlefields, national cemeteries, and the demilitarized zone.
곧 있을 대한민국 국가보훈부와 미 국방부 DPAA와의 MOU를 바탕으로 미군 실종자 전쟁 포로 가족을 한국으로 초청하는 프로그램을 새롭게 운영할 예정입니다.
So based on the MOU between our ministry and DPAA, we plan to develop a program for U.S. former prisoners of war and the families of those still unaccounted for.
지금 보시는 사진은 2015년 그리고 16년에 대한민국 국가보훈부가 여러분을 초청했던 사진입니다.
The photographs shown here are from programs that were successfully conducted in 2015 and 2016.
대한민국 국가보훈부는 프로그램의 계획과 운영을 DPAA 측과 긴밀하게 협의해서 나아갈 것입니다.
So we hope to discuss with the DPAA about the planning and organizing this program.
두 번째 사업을 소개해 드리겠습니다.
And let's move on to the second program.
지난 2020년부터 6.25 한국전쟁에 전사한 우리 국군 중 유해를 찾지 못한 12만 2천여 명을 기억하는 대국민 캠페인을 실시한 바 있습니다.
In 2020, we launched a nationwide campaign to remember about 122,000 Korean service members whose remains have yet to be recovered.
유해를 끝까지 찾아 가족들 품으로 보내드린다는 의미를 담아서 배지를 제작하였습니다.
So to symbolize our promise that we will never stop searching them, we created a commemorative pin.
유해를 확인하면 작은 관에 담고 관을 국기로 감싸 예를 갖춥니다. 그 모습을 위에서 봤을 때 모양이 이 배지의 모양이 되는 것입니다.
So when the remains of a Korean service member are recovered, they are placed in a coffin and respectfully covered with the national flag. So the pin depicts a small coffin draped over with the Korean national flag, and it depicts a view from above.
네, 그 앉아 계시는 자리에 있었던 배지가 바로 그 배지입니다.
So we have already placed one at your seat, and this is the pin I am explaining now.
우리는 새로운 프로젝트를 계획 중입니다. 이 자리에서 이 프로젝트를 소개할 수 있어서 영광입니다.
And I'm very honored to introduce our upcoming program to all of you.
한국 전쟁에 참전하였으나 여전히 유해를 찾지 못한 7,359명의 미군을 기억하고 대한민국 정부가 유해를 끝까지 찾아 가족분들에게 보내드린다는 약속을 배지로 나타내 보았습니다.
So there are 7,359 U.S. service members who have not returned to their families. So our government designed a pin to show our commitment and promise that we will continue our efforts to find them.
앞선 태극기 배지와 마찬가지로 유해를 담은 작은 관에 미국의 국기를 감싼 모습을 배지로 담아 보았습니다.
Just like the Korean national flag, we created this pin which depicts a small coffin draped over with the U.S. national flag.
물론 이건 아직 계획 중인 바 이와 관련해서는 미국 측과 DPAA 측과 여기 계신 모든 분들과 소통하기를 희망하고 있습니다.
While this proposal has not yet been finalized, we hope to discuss it with DPAA and all of you here today.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to have with us today MPVA Vice Minister Kang next to me. I think when you understand the importance of MPVA to the South Korean people, to the South Korean government, I think you understand their commitment to veterans both from the U.S. and from South Korea. It's important to note that Vice Minister Kang began her career early on 20 years ago with the MPVA. Over time, she has risen to the rank of Vice Minister in this important ministry. I had the privilege of meeting Vice Minister Kang a few years ago, 3 years ago in fact, when she was only a Director General. So she gave me her card today and she says, "I've been promoted." It was also important to note that a few years ago, the president of South Korea made her ministry a member of his cabinet. Until then, it had not been at the cabinet level. So just like our secretaries that belong to the president's cabinet, now the Minister of Patriot and Veteran Affairs is a member of the cabinet. What we're going to do today is exchange a memorandum of understanding that she and I had just signed that solidifies and strengthens the partnership between DPAA and the MPVA. This will enable the Ministry of Patriot and Veteran Affairs to serve you, and in honor of serving you, to serve your loved ones who they cherish and value, as you will come to understand. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Vice Minister Kang.
안녕하십니까. 국가보훈부 차관 강윤진입니다. 다시 인사드리겠습니다.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kang Yoon-jin, Vice Minister of Patriots and Veterans Affairs of the Republic of Korea.
오늘 대한민국 정부를 대표해서 국가보훈부와 미국 정부의 DPAA가 6.25 전쟁 때 실종되신 분들, 전쟁 포로들에 대한 가족 지원을 위한 MOU를 체결하게 된 것은 매우 중요하고 매우 의미 있는 일이라는 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
I think today's MOU signing between MPVA and DPAA will play a crucial role in searching for our POWs and MIAs during the Korean War.
여기에는 중요한 세 가지 핵심 메시지가 있습니다.
And I believe this event holds three important messages.
양국은 한국 전에서 실종되거나 포로가 되신 참전 유공자분들의 희생과 헌신을 결코 잊지 않겠다는 약속입니다.
This is a solemn pledge that both our nations will never forget the sacrifices and dedication of the Korean War MIAs and POWs.
두 번째는 MIA, POW 가족분들의 아픔을 공감하고 여러분들의 지원을 계속 이어나가겠다는 약속입니다.
And it is also a pledge that we will continue to offer comfort and encouragement to the families of MIAs and POWs.
세 번째는 No Hero Left Behind 이런 캠페인처럼 여러분들의 영웅을 끝까지 찾아서 가족의 곁으로 보내드리겠다는 약속입니다.
And third is a pledge that our campaign we explained before, No Hero Left Behind, we will never stop searching the POWs and MIAs until the very last person is returned to home.
우리의 MOU는 든든한 한미 동맹의 바탕 위에 그간 우리가 쌓아왔던 신뢰, 우정을 바탕으로 이 약속을 계속 지켜나갈 것을 약속드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And I make a promise in front of you that this commitment and our promise is built upon the ROK-US alliance, which is very ironclad and strong. And I promise that our trust and friendship will continue.
Thank you very much.
For a South Korean civil servant to dedicate 20 years of her service to her government in this important ministry speaks volumes about her pledge and her commitment to you. And so, Vice Minister, on behalf of the families, we would like to present to you this commemorative poster of this event.
Okay, we had to flip the schedule around just a little bit, so we are now going to have a panel discussion on our DMZ strategy. So if I could call up Lieutenant Colonel Jeremy Smith. He is the Deputy Director of our Indo-Pacific Directorate, and he will lead a panel discussion with Dr. Berry and Mr. Gabe Zinni.
Check. Hey, real quick before we start, I just want to acknowledge and say that I don't take it lightly that we're up here in front of Gold Star family. So I know that you get thanked for that a lot, but I just want to thank you for your sacrifice and acknowledge that before we start. Okay, so as Jennifer said, I'm the Deputy Director for the Indo-Pacific Directorate here at DPAA, and I'm going to be joined today by Mr. Gabe Zinni. He is our lead planner for missions in Korea, and I probably don't have to say who this person is to my left, Don Berry. You're welcome for the curtsy. So, as a lot of you know, the DMZ is in Korea on the peninsula is one of the most heavily fortified places on earth. It's one of the most dangerous. And so the reason why we're talking today to you is we had the fortunate opportunity, along with a representative from the lab, another one of our planners, and our liaison officer, Mr. Chris Joe, in Korea, to actually go inside the DMZ and observe an excavation that Macri was conducting just a couple of months ago. And so we want to share with you some of the things that we learned while we were there. And we also want to just let you know that this is very interesting and it's very exciting to us because it shows us that the idea of going into the DMZ and doing an excavation is not closed. And I also have to, because of what I said in the beginning, we got to manage a little bit of expectations. Again, it's a very dangerous place. But what gives us hope is what we observed Macri doing, right? So there's a lot of risks, there's a lot of safety issues, but there are ways to mitigate those, right? And so this came from the South Korean government's willingness and understanding of how important it is to conduct humanitarian missions in the DMZ to include demining and our sacred mission. And so that's why we're here today. That's what we're here to discuss. And so with all that, Dawn, starting with you, if you could just talk about your approach to strategy, you and your team's approach to a research strategy for the DMZ based on what you observed, and then based on some of the safety considerations that you think through when you want to add a case to the master investigation list.
Absolutely. Can everyone hear the microphone okay? Wonderful. So if Mr. Phelps were in the room, which he may be, he always likes to say research drives operations. And in order for us to do operations in the DMZ, it's important that we have holistic 360-degree research that's done in conjunction with the laboratory. And what we do there is we write documents or reports that essentially says an argument of why we should go investigate a particular case. In the DMZ, that's more important than anywhere else. And there's a bunch of different things that we're looking at with this. So in the DMZ, we have a wide variety of losses. They include individual ground losses. They also include air losses. And then we also have large-scale battle losses. And if you look up on the screen, you can see there's a lot of losses in the DMZ. About 20% of those are below the MDL. So that's the line that delineates North and South Korea. For us to operationalize some work, it is easiest for us to work right now in the south of the MDL, but we're also actually looking at cases that cross the MDL and north of the MDL. We've been looking at this problem set for a number of years, and just as you heard me say earlier today, we want to be as ready as possible to go into North Korea when we're able to go. We had been preparing to go into the DMZ now for a number of years. The way that we're preparing is by doing that archival research that's 360 degrees, working with archaeologists in the laboratory, and also working with our partners at MACRI to make sure that we're selecting sites that are safe, that are also executable, and that will yield the best results for the agency. So again, we're looking at individual burials, we're looking at air losses, which are really important, and then we're also, this is a newer approach that the PDD mentioned, looking at large-scale ground losses. The important thing about the large-scale ground losses in the DMZ is that often they're co-located with other UNC member states. That can be Korean Katusa, which are very, very important to us in our work with MACRI. That can also be French, Belgian, Australian, Canadian, British, Ethiopian. So there's all different kinds of groups that helped fight on the UN side for our successes during the Korean War. So I'm really excited that we've done the work that we've done. The DMZ is a top priority. And for us to do that work, we put something on the master investigation list, which Lieutenant Colonel Smith mentioned. And for the first time ever, 2 weeks ago, we put a 20 BNR, so that's 20 sets of remains, bodies not recovered, onto our master investigation list from the DMZ. So that is a huge accomplishment, and I want to say a huge congratulations to Dr. Ryan Glauser and also to our laboratory staff, Jason Bush, who helped with that. And for that, little round of applause. I'll also just wrap up quickly and say we have what we call a crawl, walk, run strategy. We want as many options as possible when we're looking at these things. So if one door closes to us, we have 8, 9, 10 other doors to open and windows that we can also go through. One of the windows of opportunity that we have is in the DMZ, MACRI is working at a place called White Horse Hill that we got to visit. Very, very close to White Horse Hill, an eye shot of where we were able to visit. There's a loss that's a single seat Marine air loss, and that's one of the things that we're working towards executing in the next couple of years. So that's sort of our first major step while we're working these other large-scale ground losses. This is incredible work. It's really innovative. It's really groundbreaking. It's extremely interdisciplinary, and we're all working together to get this done. I also want to say a shout out to Mr. Mark Stevens, who is one of our strategic planners, who along with the three of us went to the DMZ, and also Dr. Greg Berg. Thank you so much.
So you'll notice in these pictures, you know, what we're wearing as we're walking around there. And, you know, Gabe, I'll turn it over to you here in a second. While we were there, we could see North Korean activity, right? And so this isn't the joint security area. This is on the countryside. This is where battles occurred. It's out, right? And it's an active area where North Koreans and South Koreans are looking at each other, and they're on high alert, right? And so it just speaks again to the danger and the safety. And also, you know, we were walking around literally in a minefield, right? And so can you just talk a little bit about the different considerations that we have to think about when we're planning this, you know, vice any other mission that we're planning?
Absolutely. So I think it's fair to say that arguably, as we're kind of setting the conditions and preparing the planning process to execute in the DMZ, that this is one of the most complex missions that we've planned in, I'll speculate a little, I'm going to say like 25 years. And DPAA cannot do it alone. It is going to be a collaboration with MACRI, with the ROK Army. It's going to involve the United Nations Command, the Combined Forces Command. These commands share a 4-star general, but they have different staffs. And we have to, in collaboration all together, develop the process of how to navigate these staffs and develop the procedures together, not only for the access first into the demilitarized zone, but then the process of once in there, operating. How are we going to clear these active minefields? How are we going to clear these historical minefields that still exist? Once in there, we will need to, through a collaboration, clear access to the given site that we've identified. And then once at the site, it's going to have to be cleared. There's also active UXO, and those all come together. So developing that process and the procedures that we're going to use is going to take a group effort, but there is a lot of enthusiasm when we went on this mission. I think the time is right. We were beginning to set the conditions, as I said, with the different groups and with these different staffs. But getting to what Colonel Smith said, you know, when we were preparing to do this mission, which was just this past May, I didn't really know what to expect. I had never been to the DMZ before. I know people that have done missions in North Korea when we did have access. The only real information I had was honestly kind of what I had seen in the movies as to, well, what does the DMZ actually look like? And when we got out there, I had seen the path where there was cleared mines and a significant amount, I'm going to say about a platoon's worth of ROK Army soldiers that were working online, clearing the area, clearing an active minefield so the excavation could take place. And we saw both. We saw the clearing happening, and then we saw the excavation as well, which I've been on recovery sites, and this was interesting to me where we were seeing full skeletons, equipment, you know, in fairly pristine condition, untouched. So to see that happening right in front of me simultaneously was something very different. And I mean, I do have experience with this, and that was something very different. So there are all of those safety procedures which have to be developed, and they have to be synchronized with those different organizations, all as one. But as I said, the enthusiasm to work through this problem set is there, and the time has come. Everyone seems to be on the same page that we want to make this happen, and I'm confident that we will. Safety is paramount, as always with everything we do, and so we're determined to navigate that and ensure that we can be successful.
And one thing that I just want to mention quickly, because we're really fortunate to have our partners at MACRI here, the strategy that we're developing was not developed in a vacuum. We're working right now very closely with our DPAA policy colleagues who are also here, but part of the original strategy that we worked on came from conversations with our laboratory. There were some challenges with one of the sites that we were originally looking at in terms of safety and security. We did a 3-month-long listening session about things that they thought would work and things that wouldn't, both in the agency and then also with MACRI and with UNC. So when we're developing this strategy and these plans, I really want to stress how interdisciplinary and what teamwork there is in this. And I do think the PDD's visit to UNC and also at the repate ceremony is really helping drive that forward, along with Mr. Chris Phelps, who as soon as MACRI reinitiated their excavations last fall, really it sparked something with him for us to push this much harder, working as closely as possible with our partners at MACRI.
Thanks, Dawn. Yeah, I mean, we're encouraged, right? And so it's, you know, MACRI invited us to join them in this observation mission, and you know, we can't thank them enough for doing the coordination, introducing us to the right folks at UNC. You know, because as you probably know, the DMZ is controlled by United Nations Command Military Armistice Committee. And so that in of itself is a little bit of a bureaucracy to work through. But as Gabe and Dawn both said, a lot of folks are once they've heard the story, if they don't know already, they're very excited to help us. And the guidance from the director is to move as quickly as we can. And so the next stepping stone is that we're coordinating a visit right now next month where the Deputy Director of Operations and Mr. Phelps are going to actually visit as well. And so we're going to continue the momentum and keep up the pace. And so that's all we have. That's what we wanted to share with you was how much we learned while we were in the DMZ, and also manage expectations with the level of safety. And so thank you so much for your time. And again, thank you for your sacrifice.
Stand by for just.
We have a little pause, and Jennifer just walking up. I just wanted to say a special thank you, 감사합니다, to all of our Korean partners. We are so appreciative of everything that you've done for us and continue to do for our nation, and we appreciate your partnership. 감사합니다.
So over the years, there's been a lot of questions about declassification, about how documents are declassified, what mandatory declassification review means, and how you get, or what the difference is between a declassified document and a redacted document. So today we have representatives from Washington Headquarters Services, who are the individuals responsible for doing the declassification for DPAA. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. J.D. Smith, and he will introduce his team.
Hello, can everybody hear me? All right. First off, I'd like to start with thanking Director McKeague, Ms. Nazarenko, Ms. Vela, and Megan in the back for having us here. We're really happy to be here and really honored to be here. As the grandson of a B-17 crewman and machine gun operator in the 15th Army Air Force, 99th Bombardment Group, 346th Squadron, we are very thankful for your loved one service and your service to our great nation. Thank you all. So hi, I'm J.D. Smith. I'm the Deputy Director of Washington Headquarters Services, Executive Services Directorate. I'm the Office of Secretary of War Federal Records Officer. I run programs such as the Office of Secretary of War Records and Information Management Program, which includes DPAAs, and the rest of the Office of Secretary of War entities. I'm also in charge of programs such as the Office of Secretary of War and Joint Staff FOIA Program, as well as the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review. Very happy to be here and talk to you guys about a few things, and I also brought some two friends with me. We have Mr. Scott Beaton here, who can introduce himself.
Hi, yes, my name is Scott Beaton. I'm the MDR Program Manager, which is a type of declassification review that my colleague, Ms. Heath, will introduce you to. We're deeply honored to be here today. I will also say that JD is an extrovert and Kira's a theater kid, so my apologies for not living up to the hype, potentially.
Yeah. And we have Ms. Kira Heath.
Hello, my name is Kira Heath. I'm a declassification specialist for the Office of Secretary of War. I specifically lead our automatic declassification program. I'll explain that to you guys as well. And I've been doing this work for about 9 years. And we, like Ms. Nazarenko mentioned, we also review for DPAA and work through their records.
Great. So, although at times it can seem that this community, the service, the sacrifice, and the records, they may feel forgotten. I can assure you that they are not, and promise you that they are not. These records and the processing of these records are such a priority, even amidst all of the ongoings and crises of the day at the Pentagon. We've been flown here and invited to speak directly to you about the following with respect to DPAA records and their status for declassification. We're going to talk about where we've been, where we're at, where we're headed, and what you, most importantly, can expect going forward. If you take away anything from this chat we have here, that I hope that you understand that there are a passionate group of folks working behind the scenes every day in DPAA and at WHS, working feverishly to live up to the promise of leave no one behind. So where were we? To understand why records, or maybe lack thereof, are at the NARA open shelves at the moment, which I'm sure you all are aware, you have to remember where DPAA and DPMO, where they came from. They were a terraformed organization, a collection of many DoD offices that performed disparate missions for the POW MIA mission set, each with their own respective collective record situation. DPAA has weathered this organizational storm and have categorized records across 5 different important record categories that we're going to speak to today. Number 1, the source witness files. Number 2, the camp files. Number 3, thematic Korea files. Number 4, the JCSD files. And number 5, the casualty files. In addition, these files for DPAA, they were always in what's called an active state, as the mission is always ongoing. The mission never stops. But being in an active state kind of precludes the records from flowing down to the rest of the record's life cycle. So in 2022, 2023, we were able to work with DPAA to insert what's called cutoffs for these records, so we could start their flow and move them down to the record's life cycle process for declassification and eventual transfer to the National Archives and into your hands. Where are we? So when the dust settled, DPAA and WHS were looking at about 6 million pages of records from all those collections that needed to be actioned. DPAA partnered with our organization, WHS, and we put a big plan together. First, to digitize all 6 million pages to meet current National Archives and Office of Secretary of War processing standards. DPAA gathered all the resources, millions of dollars, countless personnel. And as of today, I'm proud to say we have fully digitized 3.1 million pages, or 52%, of all that record set, fully digitized. Well, thank you for that, but digitization is only the first step. And that's the first start of our plan. However, we had to build a novel declassification process, which Ms. Heath and Mr. Beaton will detail later, of which the outputs meet 2 specific aims. The first, provide DPAA with publicly declassified and cleared versions for use by the historians and researchers as talked to today, as well as for the folks in the field. For the first time, DPAA has records that were formally classified that can be taken into the field for site visits and into the hands of locally employed staff in the 54 partner countries that we work with. That will help with identification, location, exhumation, and all DPAA operations. That's a first for the organization. The second aim was to provide the National Archives and the citizenry with fully declassified and cleared versions and cleared collections that require 0 post-processing by National Archives. So when we legally transfer these records into the hands of the National Archives, they will go right to the open shelves and right into your hands. Where we're headed. Again, as I mentioned, to date we have scanned and digitized 3.1 million pages, or 52% of that big total. We've reviewed for declassification almost 1 million pages, so about 1/6 of that total. What you can expect. Number 1, that there's committed, passionate folks working every day behind these scenes to perform this work. They are the unsung heroes that haven't forgot you, your family, and your loved ones that paid the ultimate sacrifice. That we're working hard every day to honor their memory, their sacrifice, and ultimately give you, the families, the American people, and the world their stories, and more importantly, the heroism they've displayed. You can expect that these records are receiving and will receive the highest prioritization by the Office of Secretary of War and the Secretary of War. And that teams are working around the clock feverishly to process these records. In fact, you're looking at 2 of these folks here that I mentioned. Scott and Kira have reviewed hundreds of thousands of pages in the hopes that they will reach your hands. Scott and Kira will also cover next what we hope to provide you with, what the records look like, what kind of content will be in these records, what you can expect from them, and if redacted, why. And understanding what those redactions mean will proactively ease any future or frustrations or concerns that you will have. I'll pass it over to Scott and Kira.
All right, thank you, JD. Before I get started, I wanted to briefly echo something JD said, which is that we are all extremely passionate about this mission and believe that it is some of the most important work that we do. We all want to get these documents out of these old boxes and into your hands more than anything. So I'm going to cover a bit about the ins and outs of declassification, and then I'm going to tell you exactly how we're working to do that. So I know a lot of you are familiar with declassification. That's not a new word for you, but I also know there's a lot of new faces here. So I'm going to just start with some declassification fundamentals so we're all on the same page. So when we talk about declassification, we are fundamentally talking about the balance between national security and government transparency. We're taking classified government records, reading them, and determining if they need to be still protected for national security or if they can be released to the public in the name of government transparency. Folks often ask us, how do we know? How do we know whether something is national security information and needs protected? Well, we don't have a magic 8-ball. What we have are declassification exemptions, which are essentially 9 specific categories of information that impact our national security. So an example would be intelligence information, war plan information, weapons system information. That's all types of information that if it got out before it was meant to, it would cause damage to our nation and our allies, and that's not what we want. So if we see sensitive information that falls into one of these categories while we're doing our review, we will go ahead and exempt that information and it will remain protected until it can be released. So those are the very basic fundamentals, and now I'm going to get into how a classified document actually gets from us to you. What is the process? So there's a couple of them. The way most documents get declassified is through automatic declassification review. That's the program I primarily work on. This is an age-based declassification review program where classified documents come up for review when they are 25 years old. They hit their 25th birthday, they can rent a car, and we can declassify them. So they will be declassified unless they meet one of those 9 exemptions, in which case they will be withheld from declassification. This is a pass-fail review, which means either the whole document gets released or the whole document gets withheld. So even if there's only one word or one line in there that still needs protection, the entire document gets withheld for another 25 years. After that 25 years is up, it will be reviewed again under narrower standards, but with the same pass-fail principle. The logic here is as time goes on, documents and information tend to get less sensitive, and therefore our parameters are also more narrow, but there are still things that need to be protected at the 50 and even 75-year level. And again, if a document is withheld during this process, it gets protected for another 25 years. So ultimately, automatic declassification review is a great process for moving a large amount of records through declassification every year. On average, our office, for the Office of the Secretary of War, we declassify 85 to 90% of the records that we see every year, and we do about 1 million pages of records every year. So that's a lot of documents that are getting through. But the downside is that those 10 to 15% that get withheld aren't automatically going to be looked at for another 25 years. So how else can you get a document if it's not released through the ADR process and you're not trying to wait 25 years? This is where our request-based programs come in, like Mandatory Declassification Review, or MDR, and Freedom of Information Act Review, or a FOIA review. These programs allow documents to be specifically requested for review by any member of the public, and these can be any age range. They can be extremely old, they can be extremely new. They don't have that age requirement component that ADR has. These programs give us the ability to grant documents in part, which is huge. So what that means is that this time, if there's a single word or a line in a document that requires continued protection, we can just take that one word or that one line and release the rest of the document to the public. So both of these programs, MDR and FOIA, allow for a much more granular review than ADR and let us potentially release a lot more information in a document while still protecting the national security. The downside here is that these documents have to be specifically requested. It's not an automatic or a bulk process. Someone has to identify a record that they want to release, and then we will go ahead and review it. So knowing the pros and cons of these processes, we thought, how can we make them work better to get DPAA the records they need to do their work and get as many of these records released as possible? So like JD said, working alongside DPAA, we developed a hybrid approach that combines the bulk processing of automatic declassification review and the partial release redactions of MDR and FOIA to prioritize meeting NARA requirements for public release and get these onto the shelves faster, while still protecting national security information and also satisfying the operational need for DPAA to continue performing their mission. So to do this, what does this look like in practice? To do this, we start with the ADR style review. So that means bulk processing, pass-fail review of the documents to get as many through the process as possible. But with the hybrid approach, if a document has information that needs to be protected, we don't fail it. The whole thing's not getting withheld. We're going to switch to the MDR or FOIA style review and just take the one word or the one line surgical redactions so we can release as much information to DPAA and to you all as we possibly can. That means that DPAA can more easily use these documents in the field, and that NARA is also going to receive a partially released document instead of a fully withheld document, which means it's getting to the public stacks and therefore to you much more quickly than it normally would. We're additionally utilizing electronic processing to make the review and redaction much, much faster. We literally used to cut those black bars out by hand with an X-Acto knife. I'm not joking. That was like 3 years ago. But now we make the machines do it. It's great. And it goes a lot faster with the goal and hope to get these records to the people that want them the most, you guys, as soon as we possibly can. So to show you what that final redacted product might look like and talk to you more about redactions, exemptions, and what that all means, I'm going to pass it to my colleague Scott, who has an example document that he would love to show you.
Great. Thank you, Kira. Thank you, JD. Before we get started, I just wanted to share just a quick personal story. My grandfather, Thomas Beaton, immigrated from Scotland, from Glasgow, in 1947 at about 15 years old with his family. His father was a British merchant marine during the Second World War in the Atlantic, and my grandfather and his family settled in my hometown of Lockport, New York, just outside of Buffalo. He joined the U.S. Air Force in about 1950 and served in Korea throughout the war. So this is a personal mission in addition to a professional mission. So we're very fortunate to be here. JD, Kira, and I have been kind of wowed by the whole process and the just everything, and we really want to thank our DPAA hosts and all of you for the opportunity. So as Kira mentioned, this process is kind of mystifying, and part of our job today is to kind of demystify this process. I know it's certainly frustrating, it's probably confusing, and frankly, declassification is like a language of its own. There's codes, there's processes, there's a lot that go into it that aren't necessarily intuitive, and frankly, I didn't even know this job existed before I got an email on monster.com and said, hey, here's an opportunity, and 14 years ago my life changed, and I'll probably be doing this forever, and I'm so grateful for it. So we have an example document, and this document is very a facsimile of a document from the era of kind of the Korean War, early Cold War, and we want to put together some information in here so we can highlight what one of these documents may look like when the process concludes. On the surface, I think it looks like there's a lot of information obstructed, and that's up for debate whether it is or isn't in your opinion on it. But I think what we can do today is kind of lift the veil a little bit of what this means. So my goal is to be a little bit of a Rosetta Stone, hopefully a little less annoying than the Duolingo OWL, if any of you have that app. They really get on you to do your daily session. But looking at the document, like I said, we have a facsimile. This is kind of a witness testimonial about service members. So we kind of just drafted up using some fairly generic information. So you'll see probably one of the more striking things is the black bars, and I'll get to those. But to start, you'll see the classification markings are struck through. This is a great sign that this document has gone through an official process. On the upper right-hand corner and the bottom left-hand corner are stamps, and I want to kind of walk through what those stamps mean and why they're important. The bottom left is basically a certification and attestation that this document was released in an official capacity. It wasn't through an inadvertent release or a leak. It was done through an appropriate measure, and we have a lot of metadata we capture, the office that did it, but probably the most important is the disposition or the outcome of the document. In this example, we declassified it in part. The upper right-hand corner also reflects the status. That's for the individual page. We have a lot, and most of our processes now yield digital returns, but if there is paper, this is kind of a thing. If you drop it, if you sort it, and you have a page, and you're like, well, what is this? You can see that it was released in an official capacity through those stamps. We also have the redactions or sanitizations, and we use those words somewhat interchangeably, although they do have a varied meaning. But if you look at some of them, the first one is a 50x1. Well, as Kira mentioned, we have a set of standards we have to adhere to through an executive order, of which the current is 13526, which lists 9 exemptions, one of which is intelligence. And so this information is being protected. It's intelligence information, and that's a really critical national security element. And as my colleagues have mentioned, our role is not to obscure information that impacts government transparency. We're actually transparency advocates. Our motto is releasing what we can and protecting what we must, right? We're really working to balance the transparency with considering national security. A lot of the national security implications in the type of material y'all might see are what we call witnesses or sources. These are folks that have given, at great risk, information to the United States or its allies on topics. And so you'll see a couple of those. In the middle section, you'll see one listed as 50x human. That's a human source. So this is a person that is given, like I said, at great risk to themselves and their personal security, and oftentimes their family's personal security, information to help us endure and do our missions, whether it's in a military capacity, an intelligence capacity, et cetera. You also see we have redactions for FOIA. And what those are, they are privacy redactions. And so a lot of times we'll have information about service members that are within one document. That information will be released probably to the kin of that service member, but we may and we will likely obscure information about a different family member that is not related to you to protect their privacy concerns. And so in this example document, you're seeing a lot of black, but I kind of want to just highlight the fact that we are protecting at the top. That is probably, just based on the document, some type of intelligence routing information that may still need to be protected. Maybe that's still in use. We have what's called sources and methods. Sources are people, methods are how. And so we want to continue protecting those for a couple of reasons. One, if they're successful, we don't try to change them. And if they're people, we want to make sure they're protected. We spent a lot of time in the past 2 days talking about, with this audience, North Korea. It is a totalitarian regime, and there's a lot of repercussions that could happen for somebody that gives our government information. And these regimes often have long historical memory. So yes, maybe that person who gave us that information has passed away, but their children, their grandchildren, their family members of some capacity, friends, et cetera, may be targets. So we're going to try to obscure their information. A lot of times it's their names, their date of birth, or any information that kind of ties them to a place or an occupation that could help identify them. And again, at the bottom, you're seeing some information. We have case numbers obscured. That could be a case number of a service member who is not tied directly to you. And then also names towards the bottom. That could be names, social security numbers, or again, any other identifying information that may be not tied directly to you. And these can be modified depending on the recipient, right? So your copy, your names will be released. Another family, their names will be released, and we can work through that to modify it. But the veil I really want to lift is our goal, especially in the Korean time frame, we're really not protecting a lot. We're protecting a lot of critical national security information, specifically intelligence that could cause harm to people, whether it's the witness or our intelligence apparatus and the people therein, methods that still endure, and personal privacy information. So yes, you see a lot of black bars on this page. There could be 99 other pages behind it that don't have any of that information because that's about an event, and we're striving to release as much information as we can. So again, I've been doing this profession for 14 years, JD 18, I think Kira's rounding the corner towards 10. It's a personal mission to us. It's a mission we think is very important, and we are working hard to serve you. And I will just conclude, my grandfather didn't really spend a lot of time talking about his time in the war. He passed when I was 14. I really didn't get the chance to talk to him. But he always referred to it as his service. And we are public servants, and that means we serve you, and we strive to do that every day. And so with that, thank you, JD. I think you may have some concluding remarks.
Yes, I'm going to have to stand for this because I want to stand for you all. When I told my family what I was going to do this week and who I was coming to talk to, in my distinguished 18-year career, I represent, I'm part of the U.S. delegation to NATO. I've been around the world, spoke to many different audiences. But my father told me this was the most proud he was of my career and what I'm doing here. This means a lot to us. We are very committed to you. You are not forgotten. You are not lost. These records will be on the open shelves. They will be used by DPAA operationally, and you all will receive the information that you're looking for about your loved ones in honor of their service and your service. Thank you for having us here today.
Thank you.
JD,
Yes, sir.
JD, Kara, Scott, thank you very much. This is an important issue to these families simply because they want answers. And the fact that you're willing to work with us, the fact that you're willing to collaborate closely with us on their behalf, I know is very touching to them. On behalf of your colleagues, us, we present to you this memento of this KCW, and more importantly, our thanks for helping us get this better.
Thank you, sir. You can hold it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the formal presentations, and we will now turn to our Q&A session. Just like yesterday, if you have questions, please raise your hand. I will call on you. There will be an individual with a microphone. Hopefully they work better than they did yesterday. And we'll have a successful Q&A. So if I could have all of the speakers from yesterday and today, plus Heather Harris and Chris Phelps, if you all could please come forward. Down on the floor. Come on up. Come on down. Come on. You can't hide over there. Keep on going. Either side. Who would like to ask the first question? Over here.
So I actually have a question and a plea, and I'm not sure who to direct the question to. I haven't been informed or kept up or known anything about political things from the 1950s, but is it true, am I understanding that the armistice that was signed in 1954, they are absolutely breaking it by all of the buildup of arms and so forth in North Korea? Is that a true statement?
That will be a Mr. McKeag question to answer. We like to put him on the spot.
He's looking to pass it on, I could tell.
I'm looking to pass it on to a historian-trained killer.
That's a political question, sir.
No, that's
It's not a history.
Well, it's ongoing history.
It is a political question.
Well, what is I don't know what the armistice says about arms buildup.
I feel like Can you guys hear me okay? So I think what we should do with that one, I'm not sure if the director of policy is still here. I can answer things from a historical perspective, but I don't want to speak on behalf of the agency or the government on that piece because This is where the historian would say it's complicated. There are lots of things in the armistice that are complicated and difficult. And it is just like when we were talking about the DMZ presentation, there are a lot of different pieces of the armistice that have a lot of moving parts. A lot of different countries have equities in it, and there are a lot of challenges and nuances that I think deserve a full policy answer. I know that's not entirely satisfying. I can write you a history one that I can run through the Director of Policy. So I would say in general, it's complicated. It is not good. The Canadian way of saying this is it's not great that they are building up arms on that side of the border. Is that okay, Mr. McKeag?
What had she said?
What I will say is sorry. It's complicated. That's probably the answer for most things.
And ma'am, we can take that question for the record if Mr. McKeag prefers and get a complete answer for you.
I just wondered where all of that is and in terms of agreements and treaties and so forth, where that has evolved to the current day.
But you'll note that, and I think you said the right word, it is not a treaty. Peace was not signed. Peace was not achieved. What it is an end to hostilities, which one would argue are still happening to this day. There is no doubt there's saber rattling. You know this. You read the news. There's no doubt that North Korea is, whether it's exporting arms, whether it's sending soldiers to Russia, all of those, one would argue, is in violation of the armistice. However, it's not a treaty that's being broken.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And what one could question, is it as binding as a peace treaty? Probably not. And over the years, we've seen that armistice be taken advantage of simply because it wasn't a treaty signed by the parties, which, by the way, includes China, as you know.
Oh, I know. That sounds like it's complicated.
It is.
Okay, and my other thing was just a plea to everyone in here. I want to get you to think about something. A couple of individuals in the last 2 days have told their story, and I've seen some pictures of soldiers in notebooks that people have, or maybe a framed picture that they have. Every single one of us is here, not for a lecture and not for a meeting, but we're here for an individual who matters to us. And I want to kind of encourage you to think a year in advance. And what if all of us brought a picture and had a picture of our loved ones on the table, and they become real people with real faces rather than, theoretical things that are happening? Something for a long-range plan. I would love to see the soldiers' images on all of these tables.
It's an excellent idea. Thank you. Before he gives the microphone up, you said you wanted to clarify something on the tomb, sir?
Yeah, me.
I got the other two.
You got the other two? Okay.
Mm-hmm. You're first.
I have it. So, yesterday I acknowledged that I made a mistake with the number. Should have been 800 instead of 799. Mistake acknowledged. Good reason to make a mistake. I guess I don't do well with numbers. So I threw out some numbers when I was asked the question about the Tomb of the Unknown. The right answer, thank you to my colleagues, Jenny Jin, who always keeps me straight. The answer is there were 867 unknowns who were unidentifiable after the Korean War. There were actually 4 that were considered for the tomb. One of those was selected and interred at the Tomb of the Unknown at Arlington National Cemetery. The other 3, to my surprise, are buried at the Punch Bowl. We know exactly where they are, and our intent, just as I mentioned to you today, is that when we petition the Army to disinter the one in the tomb, simultaneously in the same package, we will petition to disinter the 3 that are at the Punch Bowl. So it will bring down the number, God willing, as you know, so again, 867 minus 4, 1 in the tomb, 3 at Punch Bowl. But again, we cannot go after those 3 until we're ready to ask about the tomb. So we're going to do all 4 simultaneously. I promise that's the last math mistake I make.
Next, I'll turn it over to Dr. Zinni, who has an announcement to make.
And so going along with numbers, as the director mentioned, we have 800 Korean War identifications as of yesterday. This morning, our medical examiner made 2 additional identifications for the Korean War. Okay, so those families, since it was just this morning, those families have not been identified yet, but they are from 2 of our disinterments from South Korea.
And typically those notifications are made to the families within 24 hours after the ID is made. So hopefully they'll be getting the phone call either today or tomorrow. And I also had a couple people ask a question after Dr. Berry spoke earlier about the Coast Guard and explaining the significance of adding the Coast Guard to the single list of the missing. So if I could ask Dr. Berry to please explain that just a little bit more.
Sure. Dangerous to give me the microphone because who knows what I might say or how long I might say it for. Just to clarify, this was a really complex incident that happened in the Straits of Formosa where a plane crashed and then a Coast Guard plane came to rescue the missing men that were stranded during the crash, and many of them were killed. For the last more than 70 years, the Coast Guard members who also died in that incident trying to rescue a Navy crew were not included on the single list of the missing. This has been the life's work of a number of people who are here, including Terry, Lisa, Megan, and then one of our Coast Guard families who came last year, Tammy. We were lucky enough to receive some documents from the People's Liberation Army about this specific incident. And we've been working for a number of years to get the Coast Guard crew added to the list of the missing. Dr. Ryan Poff, working with myself and one of our colleagues in GC, that's General Counsel, had written a legal argument. We had proposed it before, but Lindsay made a really novel legal argument for us to get these Coast Guard members added. I think everyone agreed that they should be added, but we needed the right argument. The argument that we used was they were in a combat situation. The Coast Guard members were in the combat situation, and that's why they should be added to the single list of the missing. This is the first and only Korea or Cold War Coast Guard losses. And this is a huge, huge, huge achievement. So I want to recognize Terry and Lisa, if you don't mind standing up, just to say thank you for all the work that you've done. And also for the director, because this was a very difficult thing to work on. The director signed that memo. He put a lot of effort into this along with a number of other people. So this really is the example of what it means when we at the DPAA work with the families. And so thank you again to everybody who's been involved in this process.
Okay, yes, sir. You have a question? If we can get a microphone over here, please. Where are our microphones?
The DMZ, once you're in there and looking for remains, what is the actual physical size of the area we're talking about?
Gabe?
Length, width? I mean, you see it on a map, but you don't.
What I can tell you is what we saw in this trip in May. When we were there, there were several areas that we touched on within it, but we were at a South Korean outpost, checkpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And from that checkpoint, and I'm an old artilleryman, there was a North Korean mirror checkpoint directly across, and that was about 2 kilometers.
Okay.
In that one spot. And if I were to elaborate a little bit more, when we were speaking earlier, I said, I was going into the DMZ. I didn't really know what to expect. In my mind, I was picturing, okay, well, is it in certain areas, is it like a prison where it's double fenced and everything's cleared and there's nothing there?
But in terms of air losses,
I think our historian has a little bit more information.
So in terms of the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, there are, again, around 1,000 losses, U.S. losses, not to mention many thousands of Korean losses throughout the DMZ. The area is coast to coast.
Well, that I know.
Yeah, and we have losses across, or are you speaking about the specific area
width.
loss?
The width. The width.
Yeah.
It's
the width is
the
very
length is coast to
dyslexic.
coast.
That has upsides and downsides. So we haven't done
It's
that.
between 2 and 4 kilometers if you're talking about from
But-
each side.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you mean for that specific?
No.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mean for that specific loss or just in general?
In general.
in general.
Yeah.
Because the size of it dictates basically a timeline,
Yep.
an extended timeline, how long that would take if you were able to get in there and do what you need to do after the landmines are cleared and
Yep.
and they're moving. I was there and they said the landmines are moving. So-
The landmines do move, especially in winter. So the answer is, again, it's complicated. So each of the sites are a different width. And then depending on what type of loss it is, the areas are bigger or smaller.
Let Macri answer the question. They have the exact answer. His question.
Okay, the whole side of the DMZ is almost 900 kilometers, and we divided that place as 19 regions, and we conducted the 3 parts as a recovery operation now. I think it will be helpful to you, but
I didn't hear the.
Did that make sense? 900 square kilometers.
Okay.
Whole
So
DMZ.
just to put it in perspective, because you look at a map and you look, yes, we're getting started, but then the size of it dictates a timeline, and the timeline is months, years, decades, who knows?
And what I'd also say is being there with Macri, lots of it is quite mountainous and hilly.
Mhm.
So it's not just flat, like it's also important to think of the topography of it too. And each one of our sites that we were talking about have different parameters.
I asked that because when I visited Korea and through the bus, you could see that, and I said, these are where the landmines are and where they're moving. And then I was trying to get my head around how big is this actual area, because there are air losses in there, which is what I'm looking for.
It's 4 kilometers on their side of the line.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have some more questions? Yes.
Hello. Thank you all for this information you're providing. This has been the most, I've been to a number of these, and this is the most informative ever. So thanks to all of you. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
I had a hallway discussion with Ryan Floss about this, but I'd like to ask Lieutenant Colonel Smith and Dr. Barry about the DMZ project. There are 17 flight fatalities in the Western Sea Islands into which the Northern Line Limit, which is an extension of the DMZ, goes. My father's plane was probably a mile or 2 north of the Northern Limit on a little island. For him and the other 16, are they included in the DMZ project? Because you just said coast to coast, and I'm kind of hoping it extends out into the Sea Islands.
So that's a great question. They're not included in the terrestrial piece of the DMZ project, but they are included in Dr. Poff's project about us operationalizing air losses north and south of the MDL.
Yes, sir.
My question is for the families. The day that you're notified, what's the process that happens afterwards until the interment or the burial of the body? Can you explain what that process is for the families?
So I will ask if we can get one of the service casualty officers in here that can give you more details, but very briefly, once an identification is made, we ask the service casualty office to notify the family within 24 hours. That is easily done if A, the family is answering the phone, or B, if they have had continuous contact with that family member. It sometimes does take a little longer simply because unfortunately, there are some families who have not been involved and they don't have the information, so they may have to go to genealogy process to locate the proper family member. Once the family notification is made, then it's between the service casualty office and the family to determine when they're available to have the ID packet delivered to them. The service casualty offices do that in person, so it's a matter of scheduling and family members getting together and what their schedules are. That process can take anywhere from 30 to 45 days to sometimes 6 or 8 months. It just is really a negotiation between the family and the service casualty office. When they sit down with the service casualty office, then they discuss the funeral arrangements and those sorts of things. So I see Patrick Hawkins is in the back. He's Navy casualty, but they are typically standard across the board. So can you pick up and explain, once a family notification is made, what that process is?
Yes, thank you. Yes, once that notification is made, we, as like Navy casualty, we will notify the primary and next of kin, but that do take time. It could take up to like 30 to maybe 40, 60 days to actually try to locate the family member. It depends on how much time it takes. So what Ms. Nazarenko said, that is confirmation.
Can you follow through once you notify the family, what's the entire process?
So once we notify the family, it's a time process. It also depends on what the family wants to schedule, the funeral arrangements. It's really left up to the family, how soon and where they want to have their loved one laid to rest.
And I will also say it's up to, for instance, if they want to have a burial at Arlington Cemetery, then it becomes a negotiation between the service casualty office and the availability of Arlington. And we have had some family members who've waited 2 years from the time the identification was made to doing a funeral because of family requirements, things that are going on in their lives, and the availability at Arlington. So I don't think that there's a cookie cutter other than to say the initial notification within 24 hours. After that, it really becomes a negotiation between the service casualty office, the family, and the funeral arrangements. And it is with full military honors, and the service casualty office does cover those funeral costs. Does that answer your question?
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one over here. We have to try to balance sides of the room here. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. If I understand it correctly, we have not been able to get into North Korea since about 2005. And we've been trying for 70 years to get in there from time to time. It seems like a lot of the recovery is kind of dead in the water until we can solve that problem of getting in there. With all of the bright, and I'm really impressed with the credentials and the experience of all of you people working on it, and you did a great job. I was wondering if there isn't a group of you that is concentrated on nothing other than, the art of negotiation is trying to find somebody on the other side of the table who wants something that you have. Is there any way that we can just get a committee that focuses on how to win that negotiation process, how to come up with something that they want, that we have, that we can negotiate? Because it seems like we got to break that logjam somehow, or this is going to go nowhere. In another 10 years, if we We're doing a great job on all the remains we have, but we're not getting any more. We got to solve that problem. I don't know how. Specifically, I just had an idea that if we have any North Korean remains that we've discovered that they want, maybe they don't have any desire to get them that we do, that we could do like a POW switch, trade our remains for some of their remains. I don't know. Just an idea. Just somehow or other, it seems like we need to find some clever way to put some pressure on them, or find something that we can negotiate with them about to get in there to get our remains.
We'll let Mr. McKeag take that one.
So the short answer is that would be very nice if that were the case. To answer your question, working backwards, South Korea, every year, when they send their teams all over, to include the DMZ when they were operating there, would find North Korean remains, along with Chinese remains. Now, China, about 9 years ago, started accepting them. North Korea still hasn't. So every year, when our partners at Macri find North Korean remains, they make the offer, and the offer is flatly rejected. So those remains, my understanding, is in a cemetery in South Korea, awaiting the North to accept it. It's hard for us to imagine wrapping our minds around why something like this wouldn't be humanitarian. Why a logical, rational country would not look at this as something that benefits humanity. Now, we have offered that in many shapes and forms over the years. That has always been something, just like I mentioned with Vietnam. It was Vietnam, 10 years after the war, 10 years before normalization, that recognized that a responsible action in the midst of economic sanctions, trade embargoes, would be that, let us help you find your missing, America, without any conditions, and now we see what a prosperous, stable country Vietnam is. Still a communist country, still a single-party state, and yet it does not translate in North Korea for whatever reason. Every administration has tried. Every administration has used carrot and stick, hoping to generate some kind of interest, open dialogue. You heard Keith Liu say this morning, the president has said he is willing to meet the North Korean leader, no conditions. But for whatever reason, Dr. Holland mentioned face saving. A lot of this goes back to what happened in Hanoi and the fact that the dear leader determined to have lost face, ergo the complete silence. That's when things stopped in terms of communications with us, communications with every single entity within the United States government. And I mentioned this to you all yesterday. How is it that you would deny your people agricultural security, food security, medical improvements, all of that which were done gratis by American non-governmental organizations for decades? Why would you deny your people that? And you've been denying them since COVID. For 6 years, there has not been an American NGO doing great work for the people of North Korea for the last 6 years. That is criminal. Sorry.
Okay. Any other? Yes, Donna.
Put my glasses on. Okay. I have a couple of clarifications that I couldn't write fast enough from J.D. Smith. The collections that you're talking about, there were 5, 2 of which I got, Source, Witness, and JCSD. What were the other 3?
So there's camp files, source witness, Korean thematic files, JCSD, and the casualty files. Thank you, Kira.
Okay, thank you for that. And I also, with regard to declassification, wanted to know which agencies' documents are involved. Are they across the federal government or just within the Pentagon?
It's across the federal government, primarily the military services, as well as OSW offices like the Office of the Undersecretary of War for Policy, DPAA originated documents now under PNR, and as well as the IC. So the intelligence community documents are included in these files as well.
Okay, so would that mean, it sounds quite comprehensive, but are there exceptions? Other agencies and government offices that would not be, and I'm not asking you to list them, but are there some?
It runs the gamut of what we normally see, I would say, as far as the Office of Secretary of War. We get everyone. So CIA, Director of National Intelligence, Department of State, foreign entities, foreign governments, et cetera, are included in these files.
Okay, great, thank you. And the executive order that you mentioned, I was scribbling and I don't think I got it right.
It's a 13526. It stands for 13526. It's the Classified National Security Information Executive Order.
Great. And then the only other question I have is with regard to the Tomb of the Unknown. So I'm glad that you clarified with regard to the other three who were candidates, Director McKeague. But my question is, about how long do you think that process will take to get permissions to go in there and get the 4 of them?
Well, our intent is to finish Phase 7, which, as I mentioned to you, will be finished in November, and then begin the process of securing permission from the Department of the Army, who owns Arlington National Cemetery.
And that was my question. How long do you think that process would take?
Donna, you know we are talking about the Pentagon, right?
But you're a part of the Pentagon.
Yes, yes. And the enemy, we've seen the enemy, and the enemy is us.
So is your answer you don't know, or you can't approximate, or what?
I wouldn't think, I think it's a reasonable request, personally. I think, given what we've proven with the Korean War Disinterment Project, given what we have, as I mentioned to you, with the amount of FRS that you all have provided us, that we have on file, I think it's a very rational, very reasonable request. I would think, again, assuming that the Department of Army sees likewise, 4-6 months. I don't think it's, again, but that's us thinking rationally, which is not always the case with the bureaucracy.
Well, I thank you, and I think I speak probably for most, if not all, the people in here. There are families, loved ones in those tombs and caskets, and they're no different than the rest that we're trying to identify. So I'm hoping that the emotional component of this argument will be made to the Army, and if you need someone, I'll be happy to do it.
Absolutely. Thank you. I will say that, I mentioned to you this morning that Dr. Holland's intellect is outsized. He happened to mention to me, that's a positive word, by the way. He happened to mention me, and I didn't know this, but by statute, the remains for the World War II and Korean War had to be at least 80%. So the likelihood of what's in the tomb, the Korean War tomb, being a single individual is fairly high. By statute, they were required to present a body, and so we'll see the same thing in the other 3 candidates, that it's likely that all 4 graves will be a single individual up to 80% of the skeleton. Did I get that right?
I have a couple simple questions. Is there any way we can determine if there is a early chest x-ray for members of our family? I have 706 pages, but of course they would not have given me a copy of an x-ray, I don't believe. So I would like to determine if that's available. Then my second question is, are there any detailed photographs or maps of FSC 252A that I would be able to have so that I would know more about the region in which the potential loss of the aircraft was? And then the third is maybe a comment that I thought that the 3 things that were covered in terms of the fishbowl were very exciting. I'm really into this isotope thing because I think that has a lot of opportunity for someone. In my case, my family was multi-ethnic, and it gives more information. And I have to say something here, I hope I don't offend anyone, but there are a lot of people here who the person they lost was the child of immigrants. And this is a time in the nation where I would like people to respect the immigrants who stepped up served and gave their lives. Thank you.
So Dr. Zinni will take your question on the chest radiographs.
So if you're wondering if your specific loved one, if we have a radiograph on file for them, if you reach out to the service casualty office, we can very quickly check and see if we have that information for your loved one. So just reach out to them, ask that question, and we can check our database very quickly.
And regarding the FSC, the field search case, if you come talk to me at the end of this, we can check on that for you. Over.
Can you hand the microphone to Tom?
Just a quick comment on isotopes. Jesse covered it today. The interesting thing about isotopes is they get when you eat and drink, the isotopes get incorporated into your body. And your bone remodels every 10 years as an adult. So the skeleton that's in your body today was not there 10 years ago. Your teeth don't remodel, and your teeth finish forming by the age of 10. So the interesting thing about isotopes is if we have teeth, we can get isotopes, and that tells us where you spent the first 10 years of your life. And if we get bone, that tells you where you spent the last 10 years of your life. And so between the two, it's very powerful information.
Back in the back there.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna. I'm from a very small town in Nicholasville, Kentucky, and it's my uncle who fought in the Korean War. And I started not to come. I'm sorry, I am going to cry. And I'm proud of it because these are tears of joy. These are tears of gratefulness, and these are tears of hope. And I am so thankful that my local representative, Katie Delaberti, out of Fort Knox, encouraged me to come. Every year I wasn't able to make it, just scheduling and whatever. And this time, I don't know, it was something different because I keep finding more and more information about my uncle. But I guess I have so much that I could say, but one thing for sure, I've been crying from day one that I stepped, especially at the forensic laboratory. There's no words to express, and I know you guys all feel the same. Maybe some of you, maybe not, but I know that I am so deeply humbled by this experience. But when I saw this agenda for 2 days, I said, there's no way I'm going to be able to sit through all these lectures. But some of the information was way over my head. I'm not going to lie, some of the information I fell asleep on. Not because you all were boring, but because I keep eating and eating and eating. I get tired. But to the point, the people in my family know I am a talker, but I am also a person who loves family. And my uncle was one of 11, and I just want to point out two things. Not only did I get a double blessing in that I was able to find out more information about him, but during my case review, they were able to look up another uncle that was missing out of the family. We didn't know where he was, and so they were able to locate, his. He's in the Long Island National Cemetery, whatever's in New York. I know one of you know the answer. But anyway, I just got a double blessing. And, there's an old saying that says that it takes a village to raise a child. And I want you all to know you all have become my village to keep hope alive for finding my uncle's remains. And for that, I truly, truly am grateful and thankful that you exist. So when you go into your offices and you're buried down with paperwork and you're dealing with a lot of political unnecessary suffering and chaos, just think about me and know that what you're doing makes a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Keith, excuse me. Go ahead, Rick.
Hi. I was wondering, by the way, I sat next to, I forget where you are yesterday, and I acknowledged the food eating. I was impressed. A couple of things. One, I think that if we want to get something from somebody, it's good not to disparage them. And at times, and we need something from North Korea, and chances are that they are watching. I mean, that someone from their government's watching and wave everybody. Sometimes the mood from some of the people up here kind of gets down. Up a moment ago, it kind of deteriorated a little bit. But the interview with Dr. Holland, I thought, was very fair-minded and straightforward and respectful of the people that we want something from. And I appreciated that. Thank you very much. The other thing is that, and I missed Dr. Berry's presentation. I wanted to see it, but I was out talking to family members, and we ended up talking about God and everything. It was crazy. So I missed that. There's a lot of information and background to this mission that involves documents and sightings and things like that a lot of people in this room may not know about, and that are being kind of lost in the background. The RAND report, the Gulag documents, especially the early ones. There are many, many sighting reports. There's wonderful documents out there that give a background to what may or may not have happened. We don't know about the accuracy of them. A lot of them have been pursued, especially by the USRJC people, have found nothing. But the documents should still be available, in my mind, to the families so that they can see for themselves. And I'm not seeing that in the presentations, and I don't think Dr. Berry was able to get into it, especially in the short time she had today. I spoke with her real quickly. But over the last few years, I've not seen a lot of the background of this mission, which kind of really gave it its guts, if you will, for those of us who went through it. And I would like to see more of that, even if it's just a short mention of these important documents. During the presentation, the website, recently we had some live sighting reports from the 2000s that may or may not have any merit, but they were on the government, on DPAA's website, and you decided to take them down because they are hard to pursue. You were getting requests taking up that. I would like to see them brought back with that explanation. It's fine if you say, we just can't get to them. We don't know what to do with them, but they should still be available for family members to look at and say, wow, and do maybe what we want with it on our own, if we can. Live sightings, American POW in North Korea, that was 2003. There's like 6 or 7 on there, and you decided to take them down. And I would appreciate it if you brought it back and ask if they can be brought back. And with a notation that is something you can't get at. If people want you to pursue there's no way you can track them down. You don't have the resources. If you put that up, then we can understand. But at least we can see them. And I'd love to see more of the important documents of the early years of the mission in the 50s and everything especially. And is that possible to bring that back and add to your presentations, which are wonderful, by the way. I'm with everybody else. It's just been fantastic.
So, Rick, we take suggestions for what you all would like to see next year in the program. So we'll take some of your suggestions now under consideration. Regarding the posting of the documents back on the website, as we said earlier last week in our conversation, or was it this week? I don't remember. It's been a long 2 weeks. But we are looking at that to see whether or not we can repost them. Your suggestion of the disclaimer is an excellent suggestion, and we will absolutely take that into consideration as we look to repost them. So thank you for that. So, okay. Anybody else?
I just wanted to answer on the archive just very quickly. Some of you might be tracking that I run around with a suitcase. I brought 83 pounds of paper with me to this event. We closed this year 130 taskers with OC relating to getting family documents. What I tell my team and everyone who supports KCW is we want to give every family more information than they had the year before. And so most of you, I hope, feel that way. And if you didn't get that, we want to work with you to get you as much information as possible. So we're extremely dedicated to getting that information to the families and getting that information to the families directly. Over.
Okay. Sir, the question that you had that we sort of tap danced around with, and we said we were looking for Mr. Keith Luce. Did he leave the room? Oh, okay. All right. Do you want to readdress it, sir? Okay. All right. We can. So, Keith, the question that the gentleman asked was, are there some creative ways that we could negotiate with the North Koreans to get back into the country? And he suggested forming a committee of some type to come up with ideas and recommendations. And so if you could possibly address the potential of an idea like that, or some creative ways that we might be able to resume operations.
I think the question/suggestion is a more likely way forward long-term with North Korea. For quite a while, the issue of denuclearization, them getting rid of their nuclear program, has been the front door of U.S. policy. That's something we have to have. North Korea, as you are aware, the leader is not willing to discuss this topic. It's off the table with him. So we have a choice. We either don't engage, or we find creative side doorways of getting into the North. And in that regard, there are a number of things that we know they have interest in, such as higher education exchanges, et cetera, et cetera. It's amazing that back in the 90s, there were several North Korea delegations who came to the United States for agriculture training, doctor training, et cetera, et cetera. So there have been side door entrees. There can be again. And the suggestion is a good one. In fact, there are a number of people thinking about this. How do we put together an agenda of possibilities that they would consider? So that's underway on the part of a lot of people, entities, in terms of whether the administration is looking at that. I don't know. But this is a point or a question that you could raise to your member of Congress, your senator, and say, hey, what are you thinking about in terms of ways of engaging with the North Koreans? And then if they say, well, why would we want to talk to them? You have the answer to that. I don't have to tell you what to say. But the answer is yes. We have to be creative. We have to think in terms of not simply what Kim Jong-un is saying today, but we have to think in terms of what are the topics where we could engage with them to at least again get the doors of discussion open. They are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Yes, I've got two questions for the group. Number one is on the personal accounts from survivors of battles in Korea. They're important because you can basically find out who they were, if it's a Korean counterpart or what have you. When in the midst of battle, there's information that's helpful to the family, and I think everybody would agree with that. Number two is the AI has an opportunity to reconstruct a battle scene, whether it's a 24-hour battle or whether it's a 2-week. But there's AI out there, and the information can flow directly from a particular infantryman and his perspective on the battle and what happened. So I just thought maybe you could probably get a 14-year-old and give them $200 and they could probably figure it out. So I think it's a real thing that needs to be done. Again, those are the two things that I had to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
A request and a question. First is my annual request for some additions to the family page on the DPAA website. I would love to see something along the lines of a call, areas, how we can help you. Call to action. This is the legislation that's on the floor. This is what it will do for us. So this is why you need to contact your lawmakers and support this, or go have the conversations with your lawmakers about what their intentions are in addressing communication with North Korea, things like that. I noticed the donation page is nestled under Contact Us. I'd love to see something on the family page making it very clear memorial donations. Give us your money. Anything at all we can do to help, whether it be communication with each other or just more importantly, ways we can support you. I'd love to see that on the website. My question, probably Dr. Berry or Kelly, the Tomb of the Unknown, sorry if I missed this, but I know with the Punch Bowl you have the different areas designated. You know, basically, you hope you know where those remains came from. The Tomb of the Unknown. Do you know, have an idea region-wise where those 4 came from?
We believe that our historians and scientists are working to now find out and pinpoint the 4 X-files that those remains belong to. Jim Rose, who some of you may have been in his CSR, is doing just that. He's confident that he will pinpoint the 4 X-files for those 4 sets. Well, with the X-file comes where they were recovered from. All 4 of South Korea?
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Karen Piper. My uncle was killed in North Korea, and they've never found him. And I have a pretty similar story to another lady there in the audience. We were able to make contact. He was captured. This is the first time I've ever met someone else that had their soldier lost on the same date. And so, as soon as we were done, I had to run over there and talk with her. But her uncle and my family member also we were in the same group. So we agree that our family members are looking down and smiling on us as we meet and make these connections that are so, so important. And I'm so glad to have met you.
Thank you for that.
This has been a wonderful, beautiful opportunity to meet others, to the kin of family, and to make family ourselves, and to be here and to remember our loved ones, and to get to know each other better. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
This is sort of a rhetorical question and comment. The revelation that the Soviet Union took some of our Korean War prisoners was kind of a shock to me. And I wonder what level that is in our calculus and our relationship with Russia today. Because that, to me, that's an important thing for Americans to know about.
We have our director for outreach and our director for Europe Mediterranean. She is also responsible for the Joint Commission Support Division, so we'll let Heather answer that.
So that is one of the subjects that we discuss with the Russian side.
of the commission. Sorry, my microphone cut out for a moment. It is a topic that we bring up with them. In the last few years, we've had a pretty strained bilateral relationship with the Russians, but we are making progress in rebuilding both the U.S. and the Russian side of the commission. And for the Korean War subjects, that is a piece of what we ask for. To date, we haven't received positive confirmation that any of those who are still unaccounted for were transferred into the Soviet Union. But we'll continue to ask the questions and ask them to search their archives for us.
Thank you, Heather. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you all for just all the informative presentations the last 2 days. It's just been wonderful. I have a specific question, though, about the declassification. This came up last year. There was something referred to as the POW camp survey. I believe Dr. Berry talked about it, and some others did too. As I understand it, it's interviewing Korean War ex-POW association members, perhaps. Does that sound familiar? I was trying to find out. As I understand it, it's still classified, and if so, will it remain that way? Will it be declassified?
I'm not sure if you might be speaking about the missing in action captivity report list, so the MyCap list. So that's a list of every single person that came back in Big Switch and Little Switch, and then all of the people that they did debriefs on. So after the war, every service member who came back spoke with an official and had a debrief, and then we have a huge list of that. That's digitized, and we can provide that to you. That's not classified. And we're also, that was one of the things that I touched on, that we're working on an AI project to help map and match the individuals who gave the debrief reports and make sure that all of the families who have debrief reports, that they actually have copies of all of them. Many of them are in the IDPFs, but that's not classified, and that will be accessible to you if that's something that you want. Over.
Through our service officer?
Yes, so if you
we would
request the MyCap list, MICAP list,
Okay.
that is accessible. Over.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have time for one, maybe two more questions if they're brief. Go ahead, Rick.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to do a quick follow-up. On my comment about the talking disparaging, which is, to me, is very important. I apologize, Kelly. I didn't, yours was, that wasn't what I was referring to. I was referring more to the undersecretary of the agency that oversees DPAA talking about leading a parachute jump into North Korea and writing a message on a missile. I don't know that that was what the message we would want to send to North Korea, because and the one thing that does not come out, which I hope that will come out more, is how much this issue, all other political issues aside, North Korea has worked with. This is the one issue that they are willing to work with the U.S. government on. Many unilateral returns, allowing the joint recovery operations, most often of which our own government is the one that has ended or not allowed. So I would hope that the positivity of this one issue, and it could bring to, like you mentioned with Vietnam, this could be and should be the avenue of larger relations. And the more we are positive about that and kind of tempt North Korea with our appreciation of what they have done in this issue, I would love to see that be something. And that's just a personal thought, but I think it would serve us all very well.
Rick, we could not agree with you more, simply from the standpoint that that's exactly what happened in 2018. There were only four commitments signed by President Trump and Chairman Kim. Only 4. Number 4 was us. And it was, again, that opportunity for North Korea and the U.S. to build upon, to restore or begin to restore trust, to begin to build confidence in such a way that there is no threat. You know, as we've said before, and you know this, when they were approached about the case off the Chosen that you were part of, the intent was, let's look at this as a confidence-building measure. It should be a humanitarian carve-out. You know, my point in using that language earlier was simply because I'll say this personally, personal view, I cannot understand why, and Keith can speak to this, why American NGOs that exist only to help the North Korean populace are prevented from going back to do their important work. Sure. Keith, could you speak to the NGO issue?
Yes, Director, thank you for bringing that up because American humanitarian groups have been on the ground in North Korea going back to 1980. That's when the American Friends Service Committee first went in. Since 1980, American humanitarian workers, Americans, have interacted with thousands of North Koreans at the ground level, at the local level. Now, despite Kim Jong-un slamming the door shut after Hanoi, despite the reluctance of the State Department presently to issue travel permits for Americans to go, the North Koreans have been reaching out to some American NGOs who've had previous experience there, who've had projects, and the North Koreans are asking that they return on a selective basis, But those opportunities are there. In my own discussions with the North Koreans, they have referred to the POW-MIA issue as a humanitarian issue, as a humanitarian project. And so what's being shared here today is so important that American officials begin to see this lens and this opportunity the same way that the North Koreans do.
Thank you, Keith. Last question over here.
Quick question, I promise. Is our budget safe?
Budget is strained. So what I mean by that is, along with other agencies within the Department of War, we have all given our share toward higher priorities. Our budget is safe. The Secretary on down is firmly, staunchly committed to this mission. It's strained from the standpoint that we're not able, I should say, to do what we need to do given the constrained resources we've been given. Ergo, the help of Congress, which, as mentioned before, that you all can contribute to letting your member of Congress know that they need to help get this increase across the line. It's there, it's being considered as Congress looks at the FY 2027 budget, and if it comes to bear, then we will have an unstrained budget. But the budget is safe.
Okay, I'd like to just turn the microphone back over to Heather Harris for a second. Heather, go ahead.
Jennifer, I promise to be quick. I know there are a lot of first-timers in the room, and we haven't talked to you a lot about the U.S.-Russia Joint Commission on POW-MIAs. So I just wanted to tell you what it is. It ties to some of the questions that were asked about documents, about the transfer issue. That commission was started in 1992. The 35th anniversary is next year. And when it is fully functional, we have a Korea working group, a Cold War working group, World War II, and Vietnam. And the sole focus of both the Russian members and the U.S. members is to find additional information about people who are still unaccounted for today. And Mr. Downs asked some questions about, he mentioned the Gulag study, he mentioned documents that we put up. So if you'd like to know more about it, I wanted to invite you to visit our website. All of the past plenary sessions, working group minutes, the Gulag study that you referenced, all available there, and you can learn more about what that work is.
Thank you, Heather. So just a couple of announcements before I turn the microphone over to Mr. McKeag. If you are going to the dinner tonight, the buses will depart at 4:30. Please make sure you bring your meal card. And if you are in a wheelchair or you need additional assistance on an ADA bus, you will go out the front door rather than going downstairs, and the buses will be much closer to the main door. The other last thing I have is Mark your calendars for next year. August 5th and 6th in Arlington, Virginia will be the Korea Cold War annual meeting. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for the questions. Thank you for your attention today and yesterday. Thank you, panel members and speakers. And Mr. McKeag, over to you to close it out.
So we bring you all together for two reasons. Number one, it's our obligation to you to communicate and connect with you on your loved one's case. An ancillary reason why we also bring you here together is, as was pointed out, that nobody understands your loss, nobody understands your generational grieving than you. And to be amongst your peers, to have that compassion shared, to have that connection made, is an outcome that we cherish. This year, in bringing you to Omaha, we were very mindful of the fact that we would allow you to see how we do it on the scientific side, ergo the lab tours that we had yesterday and the day before. Having said that, please keep in mind our doors are always open. Whether you find yourself in Hawaii, in Nebraska, in Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, or Germany, we open and extend an invitation to you. Please call us to come visit. I think you saw the power of what it means when the people assigned, not to just the DPAA, but also to our service casualty office partners, to the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. I think you've seen that every single one of us wants exactly what you want. I would offer to you that one of the things that drives us is the fact that we owe you answers. We owe you answers, and we are doing everything humanly possible. Unfortunately, as pointed out in this Q&A and earlier in some of the briefings, there are circumstances, there are forces beyond our control. But nonetheless, we do have gratitude. We do have joy. We do have hope that we will continue to endeavor simply because we owe you that answer that you deserve. I will end by borrowing what the young lady from Kentucky said. We do not look at those numbers as just numbers. We treat every single one not as an amorphous person that made the supreme sacrifice in the Korean War. We treat every single one as a person. And what drives us, despite all the challenges, is knowing that we work on behalf of you and your loved one. You are our constituents. You are our family. You know, we call this a family update, not because of you all, but simply because we consider you part of our family. Tonight presents a great opportunity for, once again, the South Korean government to show you how much they value you, how much they value your loved one's sacrifice. It promises to be a great evening. God bless you all. We look forward to seeing you tonight, and more importantly, we look forward to seeing you this weekend. Oh, thank you to my colleague, Director Zhang. He says, if you find yourself in Seoul, that their doors, the Macri doors, are open to each and every one of you. God bless you all. I heard people.